zaposlenih, a taj broj je do 2021. porastao na preko 70. Težimo da svoje dugogodišnje znanje i iskustvo u ICT-u prenesemo i na nove generacije ICT stručnjaka. To radimo kroz specijalizovane kurseve i obuke iz oblasti IT-a koje sprovodimo u okviru našeg Instituta za informacione tehnologije koji je jedno od malobrojnih sertifikovanih tijela za edukaciju u ovoj oblasti. Raduje nas što ICT priča u Crnoj Gori raste i što postoji sve više inicijativa koje okupljaju ICT firme u Crnoj Gori.
Čikom ove godine puni 30 godina od osnivanja kompanije i u tom periodu je igrao veoma važnu ulogu u informatičkoj evoluciji Crne Gore. Već od samog osnivanja definisali smo da je naš osnovni moto informatika s ljudskim likom i na taj način smo željeli da nešto što je jako udaljeno, što se i tada, a boga mi nažalost i sada smatra prilično izolovanom profesijom u odnosu na neke druge, da željeli smo da približimo građanima Crne Gore i vjerujem da smo značajno pomirili te granice prihvatanja informatičke evolucije. Značajan smo partner u svim projektima infrastrukture u državi, značajan smo partner u projektima koji se realizuju u bankarskom sektoru, u svim crnogorskim većim kompanijama. Gotovo je da je nezamisliv infrastrukturni projekat, u posljednje vrijeme i softverski projekat, a da neki segment Čikoma ne učestvuju u njemu. Od naših 80 zaposlenih, trenutno jedan dio angažovan je na projektima, softverskim projektima u inostranstvu i postižemo jako dobre rezultate u tom cilju. Vjerujemo u digitalnu transformaciju Crne Gore, vjerujemo u digitalno transformisanu Crnu Goru i naš cilj nije samo da pratimo tokove digitalne transformacije, već da budemo njihov kreator i moderator u Crnoj Gori.
Privredna komora je uz vas. Snaga je u nama. Svaki proizvod je jedinstven, a svaki privrednik ima svoju priču. Naši privrednici su naša snaga. Privredna komora je uz vas. Snaga je u nama.
Napravili smo vremenom 10-ak bungalova, 15 za izdavanje, jedan manji restoran, imamo 15 konja za jahanje. Ideja mog pokojnog oca i majke, oni su tu dolazili svojom stokom i onda vremenom su vidjeli veliku zainteresovanost turista za te lokalne proizvode. Većina su bili stranci. Na početku korone i naši ljudi su počeli da dolaze. Mislim da država treba povede računa o ljudima koji tu žive. Mi sad već nemamo dovoljno svojih proizvoda, kajmaka, sira, mesa, sve uzimamo tu od ljudi lokalni, tako da je to korist sve ukupno na čitavog ovog kraja. Preporučio bi svima da rade na svom domaćinstvu, da pokušaju makar. Bez svog rada mislim da nema ništa.
Glamping kamp na Krimovici je jedinstven po mnogo čemu i prvi urađen na ovakav način u Crnoj Gori. Dakle, riječ je o spoju glamura, odnosno luksuza, prirode i održivih tehnologija. Imamo 5 smještenih jedinica, zapravo 5 šatora, kapaciteta 2, 4 i 5 osoba. U okviru svih glamping kampa imamo i sjajan restoran u kome služimo mediteransku hranu i on je namijenjen prije svega gostima samog kampa, ali je otvoren za sve posjetioce. Mi smo uvjereni da je glamping budućnost Crne Gore, koja je prije svega i ekološka država i ima ima sjajnu prirodu za ovakve upravo projekte. Mi smo od investiciono-razvojnog fonda istog trenutka dobili podršku i to je ono što nam je negdje pomoglo da ovaj projekat završimo i u kratkom roku.
Počeli smo sa kafanicom koja je imala, čelovđinicom koja je imala 7 stolova. I sad otprilike mi možemo da primimo oko 400-450 ljudi. Podgorica je postala, da kažemo, jedna turistička destinacija, bili mi to svjesni ili ne. Prije su bili samo naši lokalni gosti. Sada dolaze ljudi iz regiona, iz čitavog svijeta. Oni pretežno traže nešto što je autentično za Crnu Goru. Naš rad i prepoznati turističke organizacije Podgorice. Ove godine smo dobili nagradu za najboljeg menadžera i najbolji restoran u Podgorici.
Privredna komora je uz vas. Snaga je u nama. Pokrenula nas je zajednička ideja da osnažimo i ojačamo privredu. Ujedinili smo svoje različitosti i sada su sva IT rješenja dostupna ovdje, u Crnoj Gori. Svi smo dio velike IT porodice. Privredna komora je uz vas. Snaga je u nama.
Pčelarstvom mi se bavio otac, djed. Ja kao dijete stalno sam uz njih volio kao pčelar da radi, tako sam zavolio pčele.
Bavim se pčelarstvom već 10 godina. U selu Mikulić imam jedan pčelinjak na Ulićima. Pčelarstvo mi je profesionalno zanimanje.
Pčelari uz mene uzimaju matice, ide preko Saveza pčelarskih organizacija Crne Gore. Matice ja sakupljam, nosim u kuću meda. Oni dijele po ostali opština i po udruženja Crne Gore.
Pčelarim sa 200 društava. Ovdje u Mikulićima imam oko 130 društava i na Ulićima imam oko 70 društava i oplodnu stanicu za proizvodnju matica.
Dobijao sam kante, vrcavice. Prošle godine sam i prikolicu uzeo. Mnogo nije to isto pomoglo.
Kada se prije 10 godina slao med na analizu u Ameriku, tamo su dokazali preko 140 ljekovitih biljaka da je bilo u ovom medu.
Pčelarstvo se bavi uglavnom cijela porodica. Nikola, sin, on je stalno zajedno radimo. Supruga, sin stariji, on pomaže.
Ja sa djevojkom uspijevam da obavim ovaj posao. Oko 200 društava veoma je teško i naporno, pogotovo u periodu vrcanja.
Ja volim pčelarstvo i preporučio mi svakome da to priušti sebi.
Pčelarstvo je prvenstveno jedan veliki rad, jedno veliko zalaganje, znanje, ljubav i sve to kad se skupi, čovjek može da od ovoga i živi.
Poštovane
Ladies and gentlemen, following yesterday's successful introduction through a panel on youth, we continue this conference on economy Montenegro 2022. The Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, an institution of long tradition that gathers the Montenegrin business community, protects their interests and promotes economic potential, starts the second decade of organizing this event by launching the talks on future. The aim that the Chamber set for itself is raising issues of relevance for the economic development of the country and the region, and the country's and the region's European prospects. The interlocutors and their level of professionalism and experience give us reason to believe that these talks will generate quality findings and good guidelines for the overall business community, policymakers, and the society at large. In addition to the discussions going on here in this room, the conference also enables bilateral talks between the companies represented here, and we are certain that just as during previous years, new deals and new business cooperation will be agreed upon. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Dr. Nina Drakic, Chamber President. Good morning, everyone. Dear Mr. Schall, dear panelists, dear colleagues, Chamber Presidents, dear ambassadors, dear business people, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome on the occasion of the opening of the 11th Conference on Economy Montenegro 2022. I am happy to be a host here, and I'm glad to have this turnout, which confirms that our chamber raises issues of relevance for the business community and for strengthening regional cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Schall, for greeting the participants on behalf of the OECD and presenting some of the findings arrived at by this organization. Just as you realized yesterday, the youth panel served as the introduction for the conference. The European Commission declared 2022 as the youth year, and this was the reason for us to devote this panel to the new generation. Judging by what we heard, the region has significant economic potential, primarily when it comes to people whose ability to learn, fast response, adaptability has the potential to keep abreast with the rest of the modern world. We have to give them enough space and freedom in order to retain them to the benefit of our economy and to make use of their potential for our society. I am pleased to say that the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, now into its 95th year, by organizing this event and by launching a number of other activities together with the Union of Young Entrepreneurs, confirms that it assigns importance to the voice of the youth. The title of the conference is Talks About the Future. We have been discussing the past for a while and losing the sharpness of our focus on the future. And therefore, the intention is, through different panels on respective areas of relevance for sustainable development and growth, to arrive at some conclusions, some findings that can serve as guidance. The necessity of this approach was realized in the course of the COVID pandemic. With the health crisis, we saw the emergence of other global crises which disrupted the market and caused a deficit of vital goods, inflation, price hikes, and this was particularly felt by the Western Balkans fighting for its European prospects. I had the opportunity a couple of days ago to represent the WB chambers at the business forum organized within the Berlin process. The initiative went back in 2014, served up a new dose of optimism as it confirmed the EU's interests in us, in our connectivity and total development, all for the aim of getting us ready for joining the EU. Following several years of standstill, the EU decided to revive this initiative, and I hope that it will provide a framework that will confirm the initial optimism. The meetings taking place in Berlin ahead of the summit of heads of states and governments confirmed that the Berlin process is about the Western Balkans joining the EU and securing economic prosperity and overall prosperity for all citizens. The region should be encouraged by the fact that during the summit, key agreements on mobility will be signed as a cornerstone for common market. They envisage recognition of education certificates, key qualifications for doctors of medicine and dental medicine, and better mobility throughout the region. Within the energy talks, the focus has been on decarbonization of economy, the road away to climate neutrality, and the opportunities along that road. The ongoing economic crisis implies that renewable energy sources will reduce dependency and improve sources of energy. And therefore, the Minister of Climate of Germany focused on strengthening the cooperation between the Western Balkans, among the Western Balkans, stating that the federal government was ready to support the region along with all the other partners in the Berlin process. There's no dilemma that economies of the EU member states and the countries beyond the EU need to find solutions to securing energy and enabling climate neutrality. Therefore, new sources need to be supported through the new mechanisms of recovery and resilience and need to make a part of the economic recovery of the Western Balkans, which see their future in the EU. The aim is difficult and any delay would be unviable. And therefore, this support coming from our partners should be properly used, and we should be adhering to the green agenda that we've already committed to. Unfortunately, we've seen several mechanisms that have not been completely tapped into. Here I mean CEFTA and the framework for the common market. Although the business communities appealed for a removal of barriers to facilitate cooperation, policymakers did not hear our voice. Therefore, we need to show more persistence in order to make sure that we feel the benefits of the EU and the support of our partners. Through the panel, we will have a better view of the regional prospects, primarily economic prospects for the region. I have to say in this regard that we have to stay aware that we are interconnected and that we should be using the advantages of common mindset and linguistic closeness. In 2006, the signing of CEFTA marked the beginning of important steps towards regional trade and cooperation. We also have to state the considerable disparities across the economies of the region and the economic power of trade partners. This is best illustrated by the export-to-import ratio, ranging from 16 to 66% across the region. This shows that we need to work to improve competitiveness and reduce economic dependency, and this is no small task in the wake of the COVID pandemic and with other numerous global shocks. The common regional market as an economic initiative, I believe, still has the power to support strong regional cooperation, and we should be making use of that. This requires time, and this also requires the support of the EU funds through the perspectives 2021 to 2027, and through our direct commitment to joining the EU, these funds will be more accessible. During the sessions, we will have the opportunity to discuss these issues and ways to overcome the crisis with renowned business people from the region and beyond. Their valuable experience should be taken into account in policy making and in removal of barriers. We will be talking about green transition and possibilities to fund the transition from the EU funds. We will be discussing the change in business models due to the energy transitions and the challenges for the labor market, all interconnected. Let me also highlight the topic of the importance of diaspora. Are we, as countries of origin, active enough in communicating with the diaspora? That will be the topic addressed in the second panel. We will be raising issues and hopefully suggesting solutions. Dear guests and friends of the Chamber of Economy, let me highlight the opportunity for organizing bilateral meetings as the added value of the conference. I would like you to make use of that, as there are few fora that manage to gather this group of representatives of business communities. Let me say a big thank you to my colleagues, representatives of the regional and national chambers. The Chamber of Economy of Montenegro received support from its traditional partners, and this is particularly appreciated. The interest of the media is again high, as expected, and it is very important for us that they communicate our ideas, so we wish to thank them particularly. Let me also say that I'm proud that event organization is the result of the work of the Secretariat of our chamber. So I would like to take this opportunity to formally thank all of the colleagues who have been working hard to organize this event. Lastly, let me wish you all a pleasant stay here in Budva. I believe that you will be leaving the event with your expectations met. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem, predsjednice.
Thank you. The OECD has long-standing cooperation with the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, which has proved that it is a reliable partner in the support towards development of numerous documents related to Montenegro and the region. The OECD mission is promotion of policies that will improve the economic and social welfare of people around the world. Therefore, this global organization welcomes and supports the efforts of all those who contribute to that mission. And as such, our conference has been recognized. Mr. Andras Schall, Director of Global Relations and Cooperation of OECD, is a guest of our Chamber of Economy, and I would like to pass the floor to him.
Madam President, dear Nina Trakic, dear friends, colleagues, excellencies, it's a great honor and a pleasure for me to open today with you the 2022 Economic Conference Montenegro. Would like to thank you, Madam President, and the Chamber of Economy, all the team here for organizing this conference together. This annual conference has become an important get-together, a platform for governments, businesses from the Western Balkans to meet, discuss how to join forces together for a more competitive, for a greater economic development, more competitiveness, a greater, more dynamic economy. When coming here, I was reminded that I should not come with just a boring speech. So I brought you some music from a Montenegrin who goes dear to my heart and my soul. It's my favorite classical guitarist, and many of you, or some of you in the room, probably know him very, very well. I guess at least one person in the room knows the guitarist very well. It's Milos Karađorđević, which is my favorite classical guitarist, and I'm glad to say hi to his father, who is with us today. So, very, very well done. And I'm playing, when I came here on the plane, I thought I would just use this as an intro. Why? First of all, because it's an artist from Montenegro who goes close to my heart and my soul, and which was always a reason where I thought I need to go to Montenegro once, and it's my first time here. So pleasure to be with you. Second, I was told that Karađorđević means from Montenegro in your language. And third, because it's a story about migration, about somebody who came with a lot of talent from Montenegro, who left Montenegro at the age of 17, born in '83, got a scholarship at the Royal Academy of Arts in London, and lives in London since then, but brings a lot back to Montenegro. And this is the picture I want to talk to you about today when we speak about giving young people a perspective to stay in Montenegro, or to those who leave Montenegro to bring something back to their home countries. As you know, in the current situation, many Western Balkan citizens continue to leave the region or think about leaving the region. Our study shows that 1 out of 5 of the region's citizens already live abroad, and 1 out of 3 citizens currently living in the Western Balkan as a region say they consider leaving. Such high immigration levels have significant socio-economic ramifications, which together with social protection systems are also affecting the labor markets and your business perspective in the region. This results in some ramification for the economy, considerable skills shortages, mismatches, and this in turn presents also challenges for future competitiveness in the region. And I mean, you know what I'm talking about, being in business here in the region. What our studies show is that over 40% of Western Balkan employers say that they are unable to fill vacancies due to the lack of skills of applicants. More than 1/3 of the region's employers say that the immigration is a reason for unfilled vacancies. And given this significant impact on human capital in the region, we have dedicated our OECD high-level conference on ministerial level on Southeast Europe last May to labor migration, and I'm very glad that the chamber here played an active role. This conference allowed ministers from the region and their counterparts from OECD countries to discuss how we could better manage migration flows. And on this occasion, and I need to, sorry, I ruined the water with looking for my books. So we launched this publication, which is our report on labor migration in the Western Balkans, mapping patterns, addressing challenges, reaping benefits. This report is available outside. It has a lot of the empirical data and a lot of the solutions I'm presenting today to you. We identified in this report 3 avenues, what could be done. And I'm glad, Madam President, you referred to it in your introduction, and you will discuss this in more detail in a panel. I think the first avenue for all of us to work together with governments, businesses, strengthen the ties with diaspora communities, use their resources for the country's own development. The diaspora is already an important financial resource, sending back and investing money. Western Balkan economies on average receive remittances equivalent of 10% of their GDP to support households and tackle poverty. Returning migrants with their experience gained abroad, including foreign languages, entrepreneurial, technical skills, can also become a very valuable source of growth here in your country. But we see that still governments in the Western Balkans are increasingly cooperating with their diaspora communities, but the skill pools of people abroad have not made it really back into the system. This calls for Western Balkan governments to collect more and systemic data on diaspora members, link the information on actual potential return migration with analysis of labor shortages and skill shortages of the issues you are facing in their home economies. And building on this more detailed data, policymakers could then conduct more structured efforts to support, attract back diaspora members, particularly those with expertise in sectors that suffer from skill shortages. There are a number of examples of policy measures government could take, reduce the administrative burden for people coming back to the region, provide economic incentives for returns through tax reduction, tax incentives, facilitating business investments and entrepreneurship for those who are returning. And this is something where I think the Chamber can also play an important role, helping, supporting young entrepreneurs who have experiences abroad and who want to come back and invest here in the region. Second avenue, which we kind of build in this publication, is we need to work together towards improving employment outcomes of Western Balkans migrants in destination countries. I mean, while if it's of course fantastic that I can have Montenegrin food almost in every capital in Europe, we have to say almost half of highly skilled migrants from Western Balkans are overqualified for the job they are doing in OECD economies. So we need to also invest in those who are leaving, those who are then working in OECD countries or in other economies, improve their labor market performance. So policymakers in the region should further align education training curricula with international standards, work closely with destination countries to develop systems for recognition. I think this is a very important avenue, and I'm also glad that you will be discussing this in further detail together this afternoon. Third, at home, policymakers should work together to address, and businesses play a role there, to address the push factors that lead emigration from the region. So there's a range of structural challenges which act as important drivers of emigration from the Western Balkans. There are weak or informal employment conditions. Sometimes the education system is not up to speed. There's, in some cases, inadequate social protection. So these are all policy fields which policymakers here in the region can tackle. Key to this is also responding to the concern of immigrants, foreign investors, by fighting corruption. And I'm very glad that we just spoke about the ambition people here in the audience are taking in pushing back on the corruption front, strengthening the rule of law, improving the overall business environment. Our recent survey results, on average, about 1/4 of Western Balkan companies identify corruption as a major constraint to their business, and 61% of citizens state that they distrust the judiciary system. So this is a huge percentage, and trust in governments, trust in institutions is a very important engine, very important pillar for competitiveness and for business development. So whatever we can do to work together, count on the OECD to help and support your efforts in this. Because these figures underscore the need for policymakers across the region to further align anti-corruption legislation with international standards, assure the autonomy of corruption investigation bodies. Most Western Balkan economies can also do more to cut red tape, obtaining permits, enforce contracts, less long and less costly. However, this reform needs to be accompanied by an ambitious structural reform agenda in many countries here in the region that can drive the region's green and digital twin transition. And I'm glad, Madam President, you mentioned the meetings in Berlin, which I attended the ministerial meeting of the Western Balkans on renewables, on what can be done to push both the green and digital transition to really reap the benefits of renewables for the region. And I mean, as we can see, I mean, you have sun, you have wind, you have a lot of potential. And we believe that this potential in the region is largely untapped. So fossil fuels still account for 81% of Western Balkans' energy mix, compared to only 70% in the EU. So scaling up investment in renewables, and I mean, probably some of you are in the sector, requires another effort, targeted incentive support mechanism. The potential of such policy measures to attract significant investment will also be crucially dependent on the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies in the region. So, because the amount of money which goes into subsidizing fossil fuels is still very high, also compared to other parts in Europe. And as long as you kind of keep the price low for fossil fuels, it will be hard to get significant investment into renewable sources. I think another avenue for governments in the region is to continue boosting digitalization, prioritize measures to equip students, upskill workers with digital skills necessary for seizing the opportunities of digital transformation. And here the COVID pandemic has shown us the importance of digital tools, the need of having necessary skills to master them. And we can see in the study I've showed you that still in the region here, digital skills are not as developed as in other parts as in Europe. So this is something where we believe, and we are in our talks with the governments here in the region, we give the advice to invest quite a bit in the digital skills. Gradual transformation from basic to advanced skills should be carefully designed in the education system. Cooperation with the ICT industry stakeholders need to be embedded in the curricula. So there is also a role of businesses, of the chamber, in kind of helping to advance the education system on the digital side. As we show in our, and now I'm without killing again another bottle of water, I'm showing this publication. This is our SME policy index, and this is done by the colleagues Anita Richter, Umur Koce and Martin Kotze over there, who are kind of the authors of this and of the other report, and who are with us. So if you have questions, so take the book, and they stand ready to speak about. Digitalization of government services can be important for simplifying, supporting business development. Only half of the surveyed Western Balkan businesses are satisfied with the digital services provided by government, by public administration. So there is an avenue where we can work together as an international organization and as a national chamber to work to kind of explain to governments what you need as businesses in order to streamline processes. Because we believe that increasing the rollout of digital services, improving their quality in line with businesses' needs should remain a #1 priority. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when our societies and our economies are facing complex challenges, ensuring a more prosperous, resilient, sustainable future for the Western Balkan region is more important than ever, and is also a strategic objective for us in the OECD, and I'm really glad to have this opportunity to be with you. And we are really very happy, including to the top level of our Secretary General, to many of our members, to invest in the dialogue, in what we can do together. We must implement the right policies based on solid evidence for maximum impact. We try to provide this evidence with studies like this. We try to help support policymakers in the region. We have a Southeast Europe regional program. We will continue to provide all of you with evidence-based analysis, actionable policy recommendation that build on our OECD's multidisciplinary expertise. I wish today's discussion every success. Count on the OECD for any support you have. And Madam President, I promise to come back next year or the year after, whenever it's appropriate for you. I very much hope that you can then bring Milos here live, and will be a good return back to Montenegro. And I really enjoy being here, and declare the Olympic Games for today open. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem.
Thank you. The Western Balkans and Europe in 2023 is the name of the first panel that will be moderated by Mr. Zoran Martinovski, the expert on finance and economy and co-founder of the company Prime Point Partners. The floor is yours, Mr. Martinovski. I would like to invite the panelists to join me immediately. Hello, everyone. My name is Zoran Martinovski. You will recognize my accent, that is Macedonian. I'm coming from North Macedonia. I will try to be precise when it comes to the correctness of language of our ex-EU Esperanto language. It is my great privilege to be at this conference. During the last couple of years, while I was a member of the International Financial Institution, I had the opportunity to participate at this conference as a panelist. But this is my first time in capacity of the moderator. As I heard from my colleague Vlahovic, that was his duty last year. He was the moderator, and he was doing a very good job last year. I will try to match with him, to match the standards that have been set last year. The topic of today's panel is the Europe and the Western Balkans. We have 4 panelists, renowned experts in the economy and business. Let's start with the colleague that is sitting next to me, Mr. Aleksandar Vlahovic. Most probably most of you know him, but I will just give you a short presentation. Mr. Vlahovic is the president of the Economic Alliance of Serbia since 2012, and he is the owner of the Ave Holding investment company as the auditor, HY Auditing. He is also the member of the main board of the Erste Bank in Serbia, as well as the special advisor of the Vina Insurance. Mr. Vlahovic is also very known in our region as one of the founders of Deloitte. He used to be a senior partner in this company, and he had a significant career as a minister in the government and a parliament member in the Parliament of Serbia. On my right is Mr. Janez Brašnikar from the University in Ljubljana. During his career, he was the executive director for the Institute for Southeast Europe. He is the founder, the director of the International Master's Degree Program for Management at the Economic Faculty in Ljubljana. He used to be the board member of the strategy of the Prime Minister of Slovenia and the program committee member of the President of Slovenia. As an explorer and the scientist, Professor Prašnikar was cooperating with the business school in the University of Michigan, as well as the Center for Economical Policies Investigation in London. He was the visiting professor in many universities, including Berkeley, Cornell, Oxford, Northwestern. Mr. Ljubo Jurčić is the professor from the economic faculty in Zagreb, where he was covering many subjects from the economic analysis, economic policies. He was the supervisor, is a member of the board in many companies, founder and owner of many private companies. Mr. Momčilo Radulović is the political science PhD. He used to work at the NGO sector. He is the president of the European movement in Montenegro. He started his second term as the president of the corruption combating. He led many projects financed by the EU and international funds. As I already said, the topic of our panel is the Europe and the Western Balkans. Very actual subject. We are going to debate on current problems and the challenges that we are facing. The world is facing, the Europe is facing, our region is facing as well. We are going to discuss inflation. We are going to discuss measures of monetary policy, the process of EU integration. We will try to cover many subjects that are relevant both for Europe and for our Western Balkans region. So I suggest that we start with the presentations. The structure of this panel will be such that we will have 4 brief introductory statements, and then after that we will have a debate. I would like to give the floor to Professor Prašnikar to make his opening remarks. Thank you for your invitation. I would like to use these 10 or 15 minutes, and my statement will be focused on our recent past and near future. I'm not going to talk about what is going to happen in 20 or 30 years, but what is going to happen maybe in the near future. My presentation has 2 parts. First of all, I'm going to start with the crisis that was caused by the epidemic, COVID, that was made together with colleague Bole and Rop. And the second part of the statement will be the objectives of the macroeconomical policies in the near future. There is something that that was done by my colleague Bule and myself. Our question was, in this article, how individual sectors have actually lived through the COVID period, especially in year 2020, with having in mind that certain interventions have been made at the time, locking down, and the government was trying to make remedy of these effects. Pretty simple. The sector added value is a function of predicting what is going to happen in 2020, that GDP in the region, how did the region affect to the business in 2020 within the sector, and the measures, non-pharmaceutical interventions, and assistance, different types of assistance by the state, the government, and the impact of GDP in the period -1. GDP is the sum of all added values of the sector. 28 EU countries is being studied in 4 periods, in 4 quarters of a year. The sectors, we have variables that have been taken into account. We have expectations, what is going to happen in 2020, the old GDP of the neighboring countries, and the third thing are the measures. These measures have been taken from the Oxford 19th tracker that has in fact included these measures for 2020. The model, the sectors are production sector, industry as the first sector. The second sector are the endangered sector, vulnerable sectors, the arts,
trade and hospitality.
Catering and hospitality, and the third sector, the fourth one is the construction, building, utility sector, and the public sector. The model is pretty simple, as I already mentioned. I will not discuss it in details. I will just give you the conclusions, make the conclusions. So the measure of non-pharmaceutical measure have had a lot influence on the sectoral revenue in 2020, then the measures, then the fiscal interventions had. The sectoral groups haven't been of the equal economical. If we take industry in 2020, the revenue has reduced in 20% when compared to 2019. Let's say so-called vulnerable or endangered sector is providing, that revenue has reduced in almost 50%. The civil engineering and construction for 25%. However, the utility and the state or public sector have reduced in 5 to 10%. On the other hand, the measures, the economical measures that have been introduced have almost compensated the impact of non-pharmaceuticals measures, so-called direct impact. So industry has been compensated for this direct impact for almost 90%, which doesn't go for the vulnerable sector that was compensated only a little bit more than 50%. The other sectors, let's say 75% for civil engineering and construction, the state sector and the utility sector have been almost completely compensated. So unequal, non-selective measures, fiscal measures for lowering the crisis. If we take it from the percentage of the GDP, the vulnerable sector has lost almost 5 or 6% of GDP in 2019. Net performance still has lost around 6%. The industry has lost 1.5%, so-called indirect performances. The performance of crisis in the period, our period, the other sectors have suffered loss in a lower extent. You can find this in an article that you can quote, Bole Prašnik Rop in Banja Luka in May. A couple of people from the region came to me and asked me what it would be like to have this study made for the region as well. When I came home, we met Mr. colleague Boley whether we can produce something for the region. The problem lies in that the fact that the Oxford COVID-19 tracker has no data for Macedonia and Montenegro. That is why we couldn't do the same study. We have taken another database of International Monetary Fund that is complete for the entire region and other European countries. And from those data, we wanted, in fact, to see which impact do the COVID policies have to the current situation, to the actual situation, and how, at least in European countries, this impact is huge, big. Let's say in Slovenia and Czech Republic, new countries that have joined the European Union, we can even say that 1/2 of inflation that we have in Slovenia derives from the pandemic period of COVID. Then we have the series of data, around 10 series of data, different GDPs, employment, consumption by the government, by the state, the government's debt, as well as the data, since we do not have the data on the measures, the pandemic impact, we have taken as a proxy the number of infected persons in a country in 100,000 sample. Our basis is that from these data we try to follow the goals of the economical policy, and we know that the goals, especially to employment and GDP, the instruments, the inputs, the efficiency, financial efficiency, the level of consumption by the government, by the state. On that basis, we have made the analysis. Now I will show you some results from the analysis. Then we, according to these indicators, we have a display a difference between the EU countries and the new EU country members and ex-Yugoslav without the EU members. Because what you can see, the blue one, the blue thing, you can see the rate of this new member, both as per consuming by the country and in employment. These are the temporarily unemployed when compared to the people that are on hold or pending. We see that the ex-EU countries are somewhere in the middle. The older European countries or EU countries have the least impact to the variables. The indicator that was taken is the sum from the period from 2019 to 2021 compared to 2021. The same graph is shown for the ex-EU countries that are not EU members, and we can see, as well as on consumption, Serbia and Macedonia stand out, but the most conservative is Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina. We can see that the prices, at least in the period from 2021, are still not a problem, which does not mean that from the data we cannot see that there will not be a problem. And we see that the state indebtedness is bigger than it's between 3 and 5%. It's 3 and 5% growth. If we take as an input the consumption by the state, we have the output, employment and GDP. It is a paradox. The best in comparison of these 35 countries, so 28 EU member countries, and 7 Balkan states, Western Balkan states, we can see that the best results have been recorded by Montenegro and Bosnia. So for the unit of consumption, some kind of result was achieved in GDP and employment. You can see that Slovenia and Serbia are among the worst ones. A lot of funds have been consumed for, let's say, employment, for example, and for GDP and consumption from the state budget. If we make partial images or displays of the situation is on government expenditures, if we have an increase of GDP on the coordinates, and we can see that Serbia is the leading, that Slovenia is quite near, quite close, and that Macedonia is somewhere in the middle. And on the other side, the best score is made by the Bosnia, Herzegovina, Macedonia, and Croatia. The same applies for the employment sector. If we take into account that the main objective was employment and GDP, the most has been consumed by Serbia and Macedonia among the Balkan countries. Among the European countries, the new EU members, Czech Republic and Slovenia, and the least in the Balkan countries by Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina, which means, from the point of view of efficiency, they were among the most efficient ones. It doesn't really mean essentially, basically, most efficiently. Finland and Denmark are most efficient ones. They have very strict budgets and good results on the side of GDP and employment. So it would be hard to say that Montenegro and Macedonia are our objectives. Montenegro and Bosnia are objectives. In this crisis period, small countries of the European Union, Finland, Denmark, that have low consumption by the state, relatively low consumption by the state, and they have good results from the point of view of GDP and employment. If we add to it the prices, and we have consumption by the countries, by the states, already at the end of 2020 we have a clear picture that Serbia has a problem. Then already we can see the impact of consumption by the country to the inflation. The similar applies to Slovenia. In these comparisons, the small European countries have the best results that can represent a model solution for these kinds of periods of crisis that are going to come, since the consumption of the state is related to the debt, in small countries especially for foreign debt, and we know what happens when the crisis, such as the great crisis on international financial markets, happens. This last image is interesting. It shows efficiency and inflation. We can see that, in fact, its line is dropping. So the countries with relatively high efficiency, such as Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, at least until the end of 2021, had no great impact of inflation. On the prices. What does this mean for Croatia and Slovenia? If we're looking from the point of view of economical theory, that is a reverse image of the Phillips curve. And it means the same thing that I've mentioned already. For small open countries, financial stability tight, narrow financial consumption is most important for when compared to the efficiency. Employment, in reverse sense, does not act with the prices. these results, we can use them as a base for making models, for modeling, and I believe that in the future, on that basis, we are going to make an article that is going to make this relationship, once we include the consumption by the state. So the solution for the time being is relatively small consumption, great effects, which is an image for developing of a European small state such as Finland and Denmark. Thank you.
Dobro, hvala profesore Prašnikar. Mi ćemo razgovarati malo...
Thank you, Professor Prašnikar. A bit later we will be discussing the macroeconomic policy measures in response to the ongoing crisis, the one that followed the COVID pandemic. The world started emerging after the health crisis, and then we saw the outbreak of war in Ukraine. Then we saw the energy crisis, which transformed into a climate crisis, and now we have growing inflation everywhere, some hints of recession and even stagflation. Professor Jurčić, what's your take on the Western Balkans in comparison with Europe? What are the key issues for Europe in the context of the ongoing global developments? And how does that impact the macroeconomic strategy of the EU, the countries on the periphery, and the countries of the Western Balkans? Good day to all. Thank you for the invitation and warm greetings on behalf of the Croatian Association of Economists. I spoke often in this forum, and sometimes the sentiment is that I go against the EU. But no, I'm in favor of the EU. I'm the biggest Europhile. Europe is the biggest human project in history that centers around peace and survival and progress. In the wake of World War II, the foundations of the EU were solidarity. But then the leaders of the time left, socialism collapsed, and then European unity was left to capital. I don't have anything against capital, but politics should be bringing people together. Economy is important, but not the most important factor. Life is more important, the everyday life that goes on. But we can dwell on this later during the discussion. I will be presenting some of the macroeconomic data for Europe. And let me immediately state my message. The EU is about the creation of the single market. If you consider the aim, the policy of the EU, single market always comes first. And uniform economy has been sidelined. It's no longer in focus. So I'm just giving you food for further discussion. So 60 years into its existence, the EU has not become a single economy, and that's a huge problem. There are huge disparities. The objective is single market. If you consider the budget, it says we fund the European market and the European public goods, and European public goods make the preconditions for the functioning of the market with minimum cost. So that's physical infrastructure, but then the infrastructure needs to serve to provide movement of goods and services at minimum cost. But then whose products will be placed onto this infrastructure? In the EU, we have horizontal measures that sound really great, but if you sleep over it, you realize that the EU's task is not the development of individual national economies. Rather, it is the task of the given state. And that's been the illusion of Slovenia and the rest. Will join the EU and then will develop. Countries outside the EU grow. Turkey is growing above the EU average. Serbia is growing at a rate that's above the EU average. The EU is necessary for development. That's my argument. I always said the Balkans have to be integrated into the EU. That is the necessary prerequisite, but it is not sufficient in itself. The bureaucrats from Brussels say, well, the size of this, the size of that, etc., etc. But basically, we need to enter that market. And once we've entered the market, we will have met the necessary prerequisite, but then we need the prerequisite which has to do with politics. These are development indicators based on the purchase power parity. And we see that Montenegro is at 60% or 50% of EU development, according to purchase power parity. This is useful for economic analysis, but if you consider that Europe has 13,000 per capita, and we know what Montenegro, Serbia, or Macedonia has, below 10,000. So basically, it's below 30% of the EU. So why are we now growing at these rates? That is an indicator of poverty, because all the products, microphones, cars, etc., we pay the same price as the Europeans. What's cheaper? Workforce is cheaper, labor is cheaper. So it's less expensive for us to get services done here, and then it turns out that our purchase power parity versus the EU is inflated. Croatia is currently at 70%. You can imagine that. Croatia is at 70%. And Croatia has the wage of 10 euro per hour. The EU average is 30. The most developed countries have 40 euro per hour. So if the wage is 10 euro per hour, then that's that matches 50% purchase power parity. We have to read this properly. Okay, we're at 70%, but people tend to leave Croatia, as well as Bosnia and Montenegro. I come from Herzegovina. Herzegovina is facing depopulation. After we entered the EU, we lost 400,000 people in Croatia. They left. So people want to find better prospects. And we have Turkey, Montenegro, and Serbia shown there. And we see the level of purchase power parity. But I wanted to highlight also the differences there. 60 years into the existence of the EU, the disparities are not as low as they should be. But are we united if we have a single economy, trade, capital, competition of businesses in the market? That's okay. But there's also the factor of political cooperation among countries. That's needed to improve the growth and development of the region. We don't have that. The premise is that foreign investments will be developing us. Okay, but that's not their task. They have a legitimate interest of making profit. So we have the lowest wages in Europe, and foreign investors say they are too high. We need to cut them. How do we cut the wages of our people if they are already among the lowest in Europe? We need to put into place the preconditions for better productivity, for generation of new value, and that's not up only to our labor. Our local labor in Croatia, they cannot find jobs. If they do, they work at 10 euro per hour. If they go to Slovenia or Ireland, they get 30 to 40 euro per hour. So is the problem with our unskilled worker or with the country that cannot provide the preconditions for him to earn that money? So we see the growth rate for Europe on average, 0.8%, 0.4% for Croatia. So if Croatia has 14,000 per capita and Europe has 30,000, we need to grow 3 times faster in order just to keep up with the EU. And if we consider the growth rates for Serbia and Macedonia, they need to have the growth rates that are 4 times the ones in the EU. Okay, they're not in the EU, but Croatia is. So if you consider our growth rate is on average 0.4, the European one is 0.8. So are we getting closer? Not so sure. Here are the growth rates for China, US, European Monetary Union, and Japan. And the red line here shows China. And the source of geopolitics nowadays is this red curve for China growing according to PPP. The yellow line shows the US, and you see that China is slowly taking over a dominant global role with its huge R&D capacities and technological advances. And we know that Marxist premises, you consider that they have the means of production, but the political system that's outdated. And now there's this whole game going on in Ukraine, and we need to look at the broader picture, at least in terms of economy and development indicators. As for the budget, in 1990, when we first embarked on the transition and we had the costs of privatization and transition, we were taught, keep public debt and deficit low, this will be dealt with by the market. But they were in a major crisis, in a transition. The transition has its costs. Those costs are public. Who should be assuming those costs? The government in form of public debt. But they taught us not to do that. And when the crisis got into when Europe got into a crisis in 2008 and 2009, look at their public debt now. So just as we heard from Janez earlier, the government funded the costs of the crisis. There was the crisis that spilled over from the US, there was the pandemic crisis, so there was a general crisis, and the government is there to assume public costs and to preserve citizens and businesses. In the 90s, they taught us, at the time when we faced transition costs, keep the exchange rate and contain public debt and deficit, and it will be all roses. But we realized that that was not the way it went. And now the 2020 crisis, as we heard from Professor Prašnikar, here we have government revenues and expenditures shown, and that was the lesson for the liberal world from the previous crisis. In 2011 and later, you see revenues lower than expenditures in the wake of the 2008 and 2009 crisis. So we realize double standards in the approach to our transition economies, where we are provided a framework that does not allow sufficient room for our development in terms of macroeconomic, monetary and fiscal policies. I'm not saying that our politicians would have used this properly. They like to spend money on securing votes. That is a matter of political maturity. But if you consider the economic situation, they did wrong. In Croatia, we blocked everything. We had the transition costs and other costs. This is the budget deficit for 2020, caused by the pandemic. As for inequality, disparities, according to Maastricht criteria, the threshold should have been at 60%, but you see the trajectory of public debt here. So the rule in Europe is there is no rule. We promote some rules, but when an actual situation emerges, you do anything to save yourself. And I read the London memorandum, and basically between the lines it reads, save yourselves any way you can. We know what the public debt and deficit levels were at the time, but when the prime ministers went back to their respective countries, they pushed spending. They could not print euro, but they issued treasury bills and bonds, and that was the situation in 2020. As for the unity of European economy, we see the employment rate of working age population. Some have 80%, but some have below 60%. And this is what I mentioned earlier, the wages. We have 10 euro per hour. The old EU member states have 30 to 40 euro per hour. And now they are telling us in order to be competitive and attract foreign investments, we need to cut the cost of labor. As for unemployment in United Europe, which does not have a united economy, we see that the level of unemployment is drastically different. In Croatia, usually we have 15%. We did not make a major boost of our economy. We lost 400,000 people over the past 4 years, leaving the country. So basically all their jobs are lost to Croatia. I did a comparison, comparing the development of Croatia and Yugoslavia after the war. And you realize that there was always a shortage of jobs. In Croatia, we have a traditional lack of 400,000 jobs. And you remember people migrating from former Yugoslavia during socialist times. That was roughly the same number. During the Cold War, they went abroad. And now we say Europe is taking our labor because we are part of the EU. No, they accepted us in the past because they need labor, they need workforce. Germany, as we speak, lacks 200,000 to 300,000 workers. Austria the same. They all take care of their own interests, and no one's going to take care of our own interests if we don't do that. We keep showing formats and models and theory. We need to consider what our countries have and what could be used to our benefit. From 2010 to 2019, the EU had trade surplus. And here you see export and import, and you see that they are getting into a situation of trade deficit. And that's going to be reflected in GDP and current account balance. And we'll see what economic policy is used to address that. Even the single currency, the euro, inflation always refers to some currency. So the member states that have the euro have different inflation rates. How do you explain that? Inflation is tied to currency. So is interest rate. So if we are a single monetary area, why the different interest rates to German and Greek bonds? Is it the same currency, a single currency, or not? For the ordinary citizen, yes, it is. We love the euro, but in European economic policy, do all the national economies breathe the same and have the same productivity? Currency reflects the economic power of an economy. After the war, nobody wanted to touch German marks and Japanese yen for a couple of decades. And then, as demand for their products grew, the demand for the currency grew as well, because there was underlying production supporting the currency. We no longer have the gold standard, but we have the power of the underlying production. The US is a different story as a geopolitical force, and currently very safe away from anyone's missiles. So if you want to take your money and flee, go to the US. Money is fleeing to the US due to security reasons. If Europe loses gas, you invest and you lose your money. So, just as we heard from Janez earlier, the Phillips curve of unemployment and the rest, are we a single monetary area if we have the same currency? If it's the same currency, then it should be the same inflation and interest rate. Aristotle said that money was a token of value, so we understand the rise in the price of energy by 40%, in food prices, and we know what they make up in the overall GDP. Here, the lowest line shows Greece, the greenish one Italy, the third up from the bottom is Croatia. In 2019, we were below the level that we had in 2008. The rest are the Balkans, Turkey, Poland. The top one, I believe, is Turkey for growth rate. The blue line shows the EU with the lower growth rate than the Balkans, but again, I alert you to the differences in the baseline and in the per capita amounts. In order to catch up, we need to show triple or quadruple growth rates. Are we going to get them by applying only the EU rules? No. It's like a football pitch with the standard dimensions of the pitch and of the ball, but the one playing better football wins. So let's practice, let's train our people. No country has ever developed unless it develops its own development capacity. So we need to focus on ourselves. We had these conflicts, politicians fought here, but my idea is that the key prerequisite for our development is our cooperation. Given the history, given the legacy of past development, unrelated to Yugoslavia or anything, but I remember some projects that we worked on, dams in the Arab countries, roads, etc., bridges. And now we have the Chinese building our bridges, the Greeks building our roads. We don't have a construction company in Croatia. No company, no development. And to conclude, when it comes to assistance, former Yugoslav members used to assist Kosovo. Did Kosovo develop at the time? And now our government says, oh, we are using all these EU funds. Is that going to develop Croatia? No, because the money is not going into the production capacity of our country. So we'll have better museums, water and sewage networks, but no production capacities.
Okay. Maybe I've said too much. Maybe as an invitation for some further discussion, I can see Atso smiling already. Thank you very much for your attention. Before the next presentation, just one brief question. In your graph, where you have shown macroeconomical performances of three largest economies in the world, the US, countries of the Eurozone, and China. According to the latest report of the International Monetary Fund, all three biggest economies of the world are going to decrease. Germany and Italy, for example, where the recession is inevitable. What are going to be the repercussions? In the application to the Western Balkan, okay, let's. I won't go into your yard. 30. For a country to double its GDP, it takes to have a 7% growth in 10 years. They've grown even more. And they were export-oriented, but once when you look at China, it has 1.4 billion inhabitants. And my suggestion was, when we encounter a crisis, to change relative income, this 1 billion people, to have this income increased, growing. So China has a solution. I don't know if they can do it or not. So the gross domestic product after this crisis, I hope, the gross domestic product of the world, worldwide, is going to grow, but the economy will not grow. As for Germany, it is again one political sentence, don't think I'm the advocate. After World War II, it was not important to move France and Germany. It was important to make reconciliation between Germany and France, and that the economy is better than war. Russia is the natural supplier of energy sources. In all talks, I'm saying stop the war, talk, so that Germany, it was not seduced by Russia. It was a natural process. You have energy sources and gas in your neighborhood. Everything was good until the 1990s. After 1990s, it wasn't that good. Then we had geostrategic politics. I want to have peace in the world. So now Germany is facing problems. Gas is important. Whether there's going to be gas or not, 140 billion cubic centimeters of gas cannot be replaced. And what happens with Germany? Germany is the locomotive of Europe. It's going to drag everyone and also drag us. When it comes to the United States, it is a completely different story because of the US dollar. Some month or two ago, there was an Indian in the Saudi Arabia, and what did he say? Let's trade oil in yuan, not in... Russia is not the leader of this world, but China, because of its economic power. He says, let's trade in yuan. This all impacts economy. This is not, the economy is not the source, but geopolitics. Mr. Vlahovic, the World Bank a couple of days ago has produced a report, or published a report on the Western Balkans. What are the odds, the chances of the region? Thank you very much. First of all, to thank to the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Nina Drakic, and the Chamber of Commerce of Montenegro for inviting me. I don't know which time to participate, and also the president of the Chamber of Commerce is participating in Koponik with cooperation in this domain. In fact, we are motivating the cooperation of economies, and I hope that the political cooperation of the Western Balkan countries will improve in the future. As for the macroeconomic framework of the Western Balkans, that means 6 countries, the total market of 18 million people. Each individual country is not that attractive because of the initiatives such as the Berlin Initiative, primarily CEFTA, or the Opal Balkans. That is an initiative from a couple of years ago. It's something that should create a common single market without barriers for movement of goods, capital, and people. We will talk about that later. Ljuba was saying something about the GDP per capita in the countries of the Western Balkans and in Europe. We are approximately, if compared with the most developed EU countries, we are somewhere on the 25%. If we are comparing ourselves with the EU countries in the Southwest Europe, approximate GDP per capita is 1/3 from the GDP of the countries of the Southwestern European countries, and unfortunately only a half of the East European countries, the ones that are in the European Union. We had very good convergence until 2008, until the great world financial crisis happened. That was promising that the Balkans, or the majority of the Balkan countries, can achieve the average of the EU in the period of 30 years. However, starting from 2009, and especially started from 2020 until 2016, we had inversion movements that have achieving the average GDP was increased from 30 up to 200 years. I think that was the subject of discussion in some of our previous events. How is Western Balkans observed by the others? I was trying to describe it through these 4 indexes, these 4 parameters that are being prepared and published by these 4 institutions. When it comes to competitiveness, when compared with 2017 and 2020, we haven't made any progress except for Macedonia, that has went in wrong direction. According to the Global Competitiveness Index, Macedonia is today less competitive than in 2018. The latest data that has been published for 2020, for 2021, we still don't have the results. As for the economical economic freedoms, Serbia and Albania are have improved their position up to a certain point. Also, Bosnia and Herzegovina, while all other countries are disturbing the degree of the economic level. What is dramatical is the perception of corruption, and I think that the corruption is one of the crucial problems in the countries of the Western Balkans. Have a look at this index of perception of corruption that is being published by the Transparency International. All the countries have spoiled their position, and that is no accident, except North Macedonia and Kosovo, that have maintained high score on their. Before Bojan Križaj, we didn't have good skiers. Now we have very high scores. And at the end, I want to make a comment on the Human Liberties Index that is being published by the Freedom House institution, where last year they came out with an announcement perception that two countries within the Western Balkans are no longer in the status of liberal democracies, but in a status of so-called hybrid regimes. We can see that all other countries are very close to this limit that define hybrid regimes. Just to remind you, hybrid regime is a regime that has, on paper, all democratic institutions, all democratic procedures, elections, and so forth. So it's not an autocracy, but on the other hand, has no free media, free elections, and then there is something in between autocracy and democracy, or liberal democracy. That is how we are being observed by the world. As for the grateful rating, Serbia is still the best when compared to other countries. Even last year, Fitch has, Standard & Poor has improved, the stable has been changed to positive. According to Serbia, lacks one step to reach the investment rating. All other countries are much further away. We will see how the credit rating of the agencies will be allocated to the Western Balkan countries in the crisis that is before us. And now, Zoran, you asked me, can I call you Zoran? You're much younger. I have the liberty to call you Zoran by your first name. 2 days ago, the World Bank has published fresh new results. They are still hot, fresh projections for this year. The projections show that almost in all countries, the growth is going to be twice as less than that was achieved in 2021, which is expected 2021, and the giant leap after the lockdown that we had in 2020. However, the inflation is already on a dramatic level. The World Bank is projecting calming in the next period. The deficit, with exception of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, will be bigger than planned by the budgets in the beginning of this year. The public debt is dramatically high, with the exception of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is understandable having in mind what is the structure of the country or the political structure itself, and Kosovo, which is understandable because they are relatively young countries and they didn't manage to get that much debts. Extremely high. I wouldn't put the Western Balkan countries in the area of Maastricht criteria because we don't have shock resilient economies such as developed EU countries, and I would rather keep the indebtedness level of the countries that is 40% of GDP, like in Serbia. Unfortunately, Serbia is not respecting its laws, and we are at the 58% level. External debt is also high. This year, it was expected that the public debt will be significantly reduced, but due to the aggression from Russia to Ukraine and the COVID crisis and the supply chains being broken, there was no reduction of the public debt. On the contrary, in the majority of countries, it's stagnating or increasing. The external debt is dramatically high in Montenegro. It is twice as bigger than the GDP, which shows that the private economy is being indebted in abroad. And what is a sign of warning are the next two data. That is the amount of the economical deficit. We have the commercial deficit and the current deficit. Up until last year, Serbia had the coverage of the current deficit from foreign direct investments. It was the only Western Balkan of the Western Balkan countries. This year, we don't have that anymore. What is the cause of this increase of commercial deficit? It can be partially justified with the growth of energy source prices and more with the fact that the energy system, the electro-energetic system in Serbia is devastated by lousy management for the last couple of years. We are now becoming an importer instead of exporter of electric energy that we used to be. The arrangement that Serbia has with Russia and good transport and supply through the Turkish flow, the price of gas or this arrangement is not sufficient for the complete consumption, and accordingly there has been a great impact to the current and commercial deficit. I mentioned foreign direct investments. They are being relatively reduced, and that is a trend that, according to my opinion, should be expected in 2023, because the investment risk is being increased, that the risks according to the environment are also being increased. You asked the question, what is the effect of stagflation in Europe to the countries of the Western Balkans? Huge impact. We will see, according to the last two slides, the European Union, together with the region, I'm talking about Serbia, is 3/4 of foreign trade commerce. The Bosnia is more important for Serbia from the aspect of export, I'm talking about the last year's reports, than China and Russia together. Serbia is exporting more to Bosnia than to China and Russia. This reduction, expected reduction of foreign direct investment, something has to be done in a much faster implementation of structural reform. But what is tragical for most of the Western Balkan countries, that the local private investments year after year are being reduced, relatively reduced. So relative part is smaller and smaller. And I completely agree with my friend Ljubo that there is no development of a country with having someone else coming in, tell us what to do, invest capital, and therefore develop our country. We have to implement reforms, the ones that have the executive power. Local investors must develop the country, and then after that we can count on the support from foreign direct investments. What is, for the time being, very good, but we are expecting a cooling down. That is the data on unemployment. It is historically high. In other words, we never had bigger employment and never we had lower unemployment. We have the alarming data on the unemployment of youth. When it comes to inflation, it has the peaking up from the second half of 2021 and especially from the fourth quarter of the year. You can see that it is the highest in Serbia and Macedonia and the lowest in Albania. Different than the Eurozone, Ljubo just showed it that the inflation is a dominant consequence of the growth of the energy source prices. In the same period in September 2021, it was 3.4, but the energy sources went up to 40%. The food only went up 11.8%. In the Western Balkans, the growth of inflation was caused by the growing of the food prices. We can explain this with the broken supply chains, COVID pandemic, and in 2021 due to zero COVID policy that China is still implementing, but only partially. In fact, we have a question whether the inflation, our inflation in the Western Balkans, was imported, as we can often hear, having in mind that the level of the growth of prices of energy sources is controlled, or is that a consequence of a overspending in COVID time? What are the risks and challenges? Most of you already know the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, energy supply that is being stopped, or we have the second impact to expect, that is the growth of energy source prices. In Serbia, we had the electricity price increase. If I'm not mistaken, I wasn't there during the summer. No, that is for the economy, for the population, approximately 9%. That's it. 9.3%, which you will admit is nothing, having in mind the movement of the prices on the electric energy market. We're expecting the slowing down of the world's economy. IMF was talking about this many times. For this year, 2.9. I think we started the year with a projection of 3.6. Europe, 2.7. European Union, 2.7. We have additional COVID challenges. We have forgotten that COVID crisis is still not finished. As far as I know, China has not suspended zero COVID policy yet. And most probably that is going to influence the global supply chains. We have high inflation, high expectations of inflation, potential risk from the poverty rate. Approximately 20% of population is in poverty or on the border of, on the limit of poverty. We had in 2021, not as a consequence of investments, but as a consequence of the current consumption. And that is going to be one of the challenges. We have a narrowed down fiscal space and worse conditions in all countries. There are countries altogether. We are waiting for the crisis in worse conditions than we were waiting the crisis in 2007. For example, the debt in Serbia in 2007 was on a level of 32% of GDP. Today it is approximately 60%. So we have not enough space for additional debts, and of course the high level of indebtedness. What is the recommendation? My first recommendation is to have the fiscal and monetary policy synchronized. Lately, the monetary policy is firmer, more rigid. The referential interest rate is being lifted. It was lifted for 6 times. It used to be on a higher level, but it was 0.5. Now it's 3%, if I'm not mistaken. In that time, the budget at this moment is pretty much filled up as a consequence of inflation, but it's still, we are continuing with the great consumption, with fiscal motivations, without selective approach. One responsible fiscal policy must leave the populist model of one-time moves. These are not just selective. This assistance must be directed to the poorest, to the most vulnerable ones, for the benefit of all. We have all these social charts and know where to direct the help. It is not only the fiscal matter. It is a matter of turning points in fiscal policy that can create huge problems. You have the example of such in Montenegro, if I'm not mistaken. The financing of the deficit in the future period will be the problem, because the conditions in the financial market are getting worse on a global level. Up to 6 months ago, Serbia was able to get a loan at 6.2%. Now it is 7+%. And don't forget that Serbia has the best credit rating when compared with other Western Balkan countries. Other countries, how are they going to cover the deficit? And we've seen that this current account deficit is growing, that foreign investments are reducing. Whether we will have the remittances in the same amount like before. So we must continue working on reforms, eliminating barriers, competitiveness, the reform of public administration, public companies, education, judicial reform, and at the very end, green transition. I will not talk about this. Just one more minute. Last year, I've showed you this website, that the problem of the Western Balkan countries is insufficiently developed private sector. When you have a look, how does employment look within the economy and the structure of the active population? Each of these figure shows 250,000 people. The private sector is very weak, and this image looks like a reverse pyramid or a carrot. We don't need to turn it around, upside down. This is the rest of the population, then the pensioners, people that are retired, then the unemployed, the public sector, then the gray zone, and at the end, the private sector. We need to turn this picture upside down to have it look like a vase, to have good foundations. The foundations are the good economic sector. Our long journey to Europe lasts for a number of years. The North Macedonia and Albania can start with the negotiations after this lockdown by Bulgaria. Montenegro has opened all the chapters, closed only 3. Most probably, she's the forerunner in the accession of the EU, and that is also questionable when this happens. Where is the EU important? Because we sometimes hear maybe we can take the other way. This shows it the best. Who are our commercial partners, both for import and export? Especially the image that shows that the companies from the EU are the greatest investors in the Western Balkan region. I would like to have this number even bigger. 61% of foreign direct investment has come from the European Union when I talk about the entire Western Balkans, and 70% of commercial exchange the countries of the Western Balkans are implementing with the European Union. When you add our mutual exchange, and that is the picture of macroeconomy in the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vlahovic. A couple of questions on the presentation. But first, let me pass the floor to Mr. Radulovic. How do you comment on the importance of cooperation between countries and the EU integration processes? How do you comment the current situation, the Berlin process, the Open Balkans, CEFTA before that? What's your take? Given the region's economic performance. Let me thank the organizers for the invitation. It's a privilege for me to attend this prestigious event. I attended as a participant for a number of years, and I'm glad that I'm a panelist now. I'm sorry that I don't see any of the line ministers from the current Montenegrin government or some of the more recent Montenegrin governments here. That may serve as an indicator of our economic sector and the actual links between politics and economy, business in the country. Before I go on, I would like to start from our own backyard. First off, thank you for promoting me and saying that I have a PhD. I don't yet. God willing, I will be at some point. I have been working in the NGO sector for a while and had no time to complete my PhD thesis. I am the black sheep in the panel. I am a political scientist surrounded by economists. They have an easier task. it's easy for the economists. You deal with clever people. I am a political scientist, and I do not deal with so many clever people in that field, in particular in the Balkans. I touched upon economy in some of my political analysis as well. So starting from our own backyard, two mottos. One, a fall is a form of flight. And then two, quick promises of speed. That used to be to refer to Serbia and Milosevic times, and that is something that is still closely related to the Serbian nationalist project. And I think that's going to cause most problems to all of us, but also most importantly to Serbia. In Montenegro, the fall started earlier, but has been particularly intense over the past 2 years. I think it may last until the first half of 2023. I'm no expert on economy, but according to our parameters, I think we are looking at a perfect storm in our economy. We need to borrow more than 1 billion as of to date. Even if it were 0.6 billion, just to get us through. Let's see what interest rate we get and where we manage to find the funding. My information shows that all banks have declined funding our government, so we'll have to go to the market. You said 7.5% interest rate for Serbia. I think it's going to be 10 plus for Montenegro. Where are we going to raise the funds, and how are we going to repay the loan? Our politicians love going to church. I think this is a good time for all of them to go to church and pray to God for assistance from some source, hopefully a friendly source. I have to comment also on the situation. In order to destroy your top companies and top sources of revenue within a time span of 2.5 years, that calls for serious talent. And the National Electric Power Company going from profit to a situation where it has to borrow to pay salaries, I think this calls for our prosecution service to wake up. What's taking place in public companies in Montenegro is no longer in the field of economy, it's in the field of criminal liability. And I think our investigators and prosecutors will have plenty to do. Reviewing the contracts that were concluded. At the time when all electric power companies saw serious profit in the world, in Montenegro, the Montenegrin power company experienced a decline. How come we sell coal to Serbia at a very low price? These are not economic categories. This is for other authorities to investigate. So that ties into my initial slogan, even a fall makes a flight. In Montenegro, we have a situation where we have young, educated people, quick to promise, and they promised and they delivered on the promise concerning the minimum wage raise from 250 to 450 euro. Let me share the example of those dumb Portuguese who in 2020, end of 2020, announced if Portugal does really well, at that point their GDP is at plus 9%. If everything's ideal, if everything goes great, with extraordinary efforts by 2023, they would be raising the minimum wage by 50 euro. In Montenegro, within 3 days in December 2021, we raised the minimum wage within 3 days by 200 euro, by 80+%. That is a unique situation. So now that caused a change in political relations, because there was another promise, the average wage reaching 1,000 euro. And my concern is that this fairy tale is going to hurt everyone at the end of the day. So that's our situation. And then onto the region. These political factors that I mentioned so far, these are the political factors that are fully controlled by one country of the region and one person, President Vučić, in every possible sense, in terms of financing, politics, PR companies from Belgrade, servicing them. And they've done really well, I have to admit. And Vučić's two key objectives have been accomplished. Montenegro's accession to the EU stopped, and Montenegro facing an imminent economic disaster. So these two political objectives have been achieved. Otherwise, had it been otherwise, it would have impacted his position at home, with Montenegro moving ahead to the EU and Serbia not doing the same. He would need to come up with some difficult answers to his citizens. But now he can say Montenegro is not going anywhere, and it won't anytime soon with this political and economic situation. But Montenegro is not the only one that Vučić has in his pocket in terms of politics and economy. That goes for Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, with the instability generated by Vučić's political co-workers. So this is hampering all of us. Rather than having Serbia as the driver of political and economic progress, we have Serbia as the factor of instability. And of course, it's no great wisdom discerning who benefits from this. In a broader sense, we see Russia's influence in the region being dispersed, and that link is clear-cut to all those willing to see it. In global terms, how come our friends in the world do not see these developments in the region and do not understand how to deal with that instability? We did not learn anything from the past. In the 90s, I was a young student leading a student movement, listening to Mr. Holbrooke, who at the time sent us to some places and explained that Milosevic was the instability factor. And then you do your bit, and then we'll see what happens that makes you happy over several years. Now Vučić is another factor, stability factor. Sorry, he mentioned Milosevic as stability factor as well. But he hasn't delivered on any of his international promises. Now he is again a stability factor supported through the strange format of the Open Balkans, supported by the US. We realize the Germans and the French have a different position. The French are waiting for the huge metro deal. So that friendship is questionable. For years, these legitimate objectives have been pushed. He wants to do this through the open Balkans, at the same time contesting all that has already been agreed within the Berlin process. So how come he is the stability factor within open Balkans, but instability factor from the Western Balkans? He saw the Berlin process as a buffet and started picking and choosing the issues for cooperation with Albania and Kosovo. They are not too happy about it, but that's their position. They are in this situation. So my question is, how long are these policies going to remain dispersed with no unification at the level of the region? We have a series of foreign policies among EU member states, in particular the big ones. There's no uniformity. Even if you get that perception, well, I saw some positive impacts, but I also saw many negative impacts of EU foreign policy. So it's concerning for all of us who have become old and some of us fat in the course of EU accession. For how long are we going to have the predominant double standards in these relations? Mr. Vlahovic mentioned it, 70% of trade. Okay, so 70% of our trade. And what about our money? I think with Sberbank leaving, 95% of the banking sector pertains to European banks. So you like our money, but you don't like us. We are not good enough. And that's not the way to go. And I've been addressing levels of corruption over the past few years. Corruption is high in the Western Balkans. But if you dig deeper in other countries, in EU countries, not just the small ones, but even the big ones, corruption tends to be much higher. Which country is building the waterworks system for the past 20 years, or an airport that's been built for 20 plus years, with the figure going from 5 billion to 25 billion? No one's immune to corruption, including our societies, but that cannot serve as constant excuse for us not making progress. I fully agree with Mr. Jucic and Mr. Vlahovic. We cannot keep acting as spoiled children and looking for excuses. They don't want us. If they wanted us, we would make progress. We can scrap that. We here have to make a step forward. No one else will resolve our internal political and economic problems if we do not deal with them. But I don't see any of our countries starting to tackle this. Not the government, not the civil society, not the authorities. That is concerning to me. I see no steps forward in tackling the essential problems. Only improvisation, populism, devastating in Montenegro. And I don't see how we can get out of this in the coming years or electoral cycles, and whether we keep on operating as a system over that time there's a question mark to that as well. I was glad to touch upon the Berlin process. I covered a lot of ground in my address, but there's no dilemma when it comes to the Berlin process versus the Open Balkans. The Berlin process, whether somebody here likes it or not, is an agreed category. There's a series of international agreements negotiated to detail behind it. Open Balkans is a political improvisation serving the interests of two Balkan autocrats and their national and leadership ambitions. Until that is clearly understood by all of our Western partners, my concern is that we will have a regional, under quotes, cooperation within Open Balkans as a sort of instability. Whereas I hope the Berlin process intensifies and our German and European friends demonstrate the kind of seriousness that is necessary to implement all that has been agreed within the Berlin process.
Hvala, gospodine Radulović. Imamo još jedno...
Thank you, Mr. Radulović. We have 12 minutes for the Q&A session. I'd like to ask you all, starting from my right, the Balkan countries already in the EU. When you read news headlines and the credible institutions' comments on the global crisis, mentioning apocalypse and the worst is yet to come, and Jeffrey Sachs mentioning stagflation, Warren Buffett mentioning the stock exchange collapse. My impression is that the figures that Vlahovic presented are not too bad. They are relatively okay. Are we unprepared for what might happen? I remember a finance minister from the region in the 80s who said, whatever's happening out there will not affect us. Do you have the impression that we tend to relativize the storm that's coming, and how can we tackle that storm? Well, first of all, about the EU. Usually we mention it a lot. We mention it in strategic terms. But if we consider the ongoing crisis and the data that I presented earlier, the data already give us a hint that something's wrong. EMC had the idea that the crisis will resolve of itself. Yes, we have transport problems, but mid-2022 the crisis will resolve of itself. But the data show already at the end of 2021 that inflation was growing in smaller countries. And we see that the ones having the highest inflation right now are the smaller new EU member states, Slovenia and Czech Republic. In Slovenia, we knew that with these 10 packages that we had, we would be inflating purchase power of ordinary citizens. So we believe that inflation in Slovenia is 40% driven by energy and 20% by food prices, and the rest is core inflation, inflation generated by the system. generated by purchase funds increasing among general population. In Czech Republic, Czech companies were less expensive and took over some sectors from European companies. So already at the end of 2021, there were different views of what was going to happen with regard to inflation. In my view, the ECB should have reacted, should have sent a signal already at that time, should have signaled something was going on. But clearly, they were late with the measures. Yes, they should have had measures at the end of 2021. Now the situation is different. I won't address the geopolitical perspectives in the Ukrainian crisis, but the ramifications are quite visible in terms that the countries with poor energy balance have higher inflation. Which brings us to having two concepts within the EU. One is let the prices do what they need to do, rationalize consumption. And the other concept is subsidize prices, which is preferred by the peripheral states. They are in favor of cooperation and price regulation, but price regulation entails major problems. And that's up to the relation between peripheral states and core states. So what are the EU measures against inflation? They are outlined in the Repower Europe document from May, with 3 pillars: less energy consumption, diversification of energy sources, use of clean and renewable sources. But the document has 2 major problems. One, major EU member states started breaching the document from the start. And 2, there's no system, no sources of funding. The key source of funding were the unused funds of the recovery fund, and those were mainly loans. And if you could just come to your point, there's little time. Yes, there's only 20 billion new funding. So the key problem in the EU is the one between the peripheral states and the core states. And whether to subsidize or to take loans. And even a bigger problem, whether to implement common policy or outbidding in case of problems. And now, with the gas crisis, this has been rolled over into 2023. My key issue is developments related to gas in 2023 in case of a harsh winter and in case we get into the outbidding situation and that will be a problem for the Balkans as well. I'm afraid that your debate does not reflect reality. In outbidding, the issue is who wins, Germany or France. And in Slovenia, we are currently working on all these scenarios. And the scenarios that matter are the scenarios October to end of this year and 2023. And they keep changing on a daily basis. We relied on Šoštanj thermal power plant, but that's no longer a factor already this month. So you have to keep the focus on your interests and make sure that you send your best people to Europe to present your problems. We now have an excellent Prime Minister, an expert on energy, fluent in English, who can join in the actual debate on political problems. Can we please just be very concise?
The main problem of Europe is, in fact, that Europe is being run by bureaucrats. When you hear their statements, I don't know where they're coming from. Look at the decisions. After the energy crisis started, the high official of the EU says, screw Russia, we will find another source of energy. How long does it take to go to transfer to the renewable energy sources? What is the problem? How to present whether we are in charge of the situation? When you look at their pictures, when they are presenting, they are sure. When you see the decisions, you don't see. Jean Monnet said, there is no prescribed way how Europe is going to evolve. It is going to develop in the way that the problems are being solved. Nothing is solved. We'll see the solution when the winter comes. The decision relies on meteorology. When we look at the energetic balances, this 150 billion cubic centimeters of gas, maybe 50 will be compensated, maybe 100 billions will be compensated. But if Europe is short with 50, I don't see how is that going to function. Or the population, if it doesn't, the population will be in the street because there is no work. When it comes to inflation, your first question, there is a book. The world is developing into a complex system, but it doesn't have protective mechanisms when it starts collapsing. I hope this is not coming. We are not a complex economy. We need food, we need energy, we need a little bit of medicines. I hope we will not need guns. We are very shallow economies. You can see 2-3 steps of processes for production. You need 10 steps, global value chain. And once the chains are broken, it collapses. The same applies for inflation. It is multiplied in these complex chains because everything impacts everything. The next thing with inflation, we say the difference in price or economic added value. The countries that have great added value in the chain, they can take a part of the inflation on their own, on themselves. Everyone in the chain suffers the impact. They will take the part and transfer it to the next one. They can protect themselves from inflation. The countries, they don't have big added value. They cannot transfer it. They can transfer it to the consumer or to the industry. Why are we maybe calm? We see how much potatoes and other food we have. That do we have enough energy? We don't need to have a new mobile phone. If we are maybe not aware of this, we can feel it in our Balkan genes. Having in mind that we have spent all the time, if you allow me, to just ask the audience whether they have any questions. Hello everyone, my name is Darakic Grgut, the Dean of the Faculty for International Economy and Finances from the UDG faculty. I'm glad to be a participant of a debate of this type in the area of macroeconomy. My question is open. I would have a lot of questions regarding the model, the graph of inflation that was shown by Professor Jucic, where we see Montenegro that with its inflation stands out below the average, above the average of the European Union. We don't have our own currency, so we cannot influence inflation with printing money. We have proven. Please ask the question, because just one moment, please. My question is related to the inflation. That is the long introduction. Whether the people that are leading the economic policy on global level, having taken into account the inflation since 2008, because the entire period until Corona, when the inflation started to escalate, was led where would we then to take care about inflation? I'll be brief. The same, the orthodox models of IMF and EU is to raising interests. That maybe functions in the US. The inflation in Europe came from the energy sector. They're afraid to raise interests because the inflation didn't come from the currency system, the monetary system. It slows down the... If we raise the interest now, then the interest will slow down the investment consumption. He has to do something, and then for 1/4 of the interest they are going to make something, but no, it will not have an effect. Looking back at the previous crisis, Dow Jones was, while the economy was on the rise, the economy has stagnated. The money was pumped in, the capitalists were raising prices, nothing was happening in the economy. The price of assets was growing, not the consumption of goods. It did not influence the increase of prices. This is a different model that the IMF still hasn't figured out what to do, and Europe is afraid to do anything. My name is Sasha Popovic. I'm the finance professor at the University of Montenegro. I will give an answer to the rhetorical question asked by Mr. Retić. The analysis of GDP, there was a dilemma. How come that we have Europe and different interest rates? I think that we should answer that question. If someone owes you 100 euros and the other person also owes you 100 euro, we're talking about the credibility of a debtor. We have the parameters that if you make a graph of lines, you will get a perfect topography of the economical development of the region. Mr. Radulović, with... One populist policy that influences the political parameters can be described as such. The Ministry of Finance goes to Japan on opening of the Olympic Games. He comes with the Japanese promise investment of 1 billion. Then he goes to Pljevlja, and then after that in IT technology, in blockchain, he promises 10,000 new jobs, and instead of crashing, he gets more than 20% on local elections. That's Montenegro for you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Alexander Barachinov, yesterday's panelist on the subject of employment and migration of the youth, member of the Association of Young Economists of Serbia and executive director in company for waste management in Serbia. My question is for all the panelists, according to your opinion, how important it is, realistic and important, that our countries in the Western Balkans, as we call them, equalize the subsidies to the local and foreign companies for employing new staff. I would take a step back and say that both for local, domestic and for foreign capital, for both investors, the business environment is the most important thing. The rule of law, equal conditions for everyone, no corruption, or corruption, as our colleague Radulovic said, at least with the corruption that exists on the EU level, not more than that, with a market that is free, with competitiveness that is regulated, with respecting of procurement procedures, that when you look at the biggest projects that are being implemented, especially in Serbia, you don't have a single procurement procedures or deals by the government, by the country. You mentioned a couple of projects, and they are a result of intergovernmental treaties. For me, the most important thing is the environment of business, of doing business, the institutions, stable, independent institutions that are functioning. And then we are getting to something that is the subsidies like cream on the top. Subsidies is not an invention of Serbia. Almost all countries are giving subsidies for different investments. I think they should be equally directed both to domestic and to foreign companies, that there shouldn't be any selectiveness. It should be made for the industrial policies, how to make strategic guidelines, what needs to be subsidized. If we want to subsidize manual labor, knitting of cables, of whatever, something in the textile industry, such investments we don't want to have. Two industrial policies that Western Balkan countries lack: strategic allocating of money, defining the strategies of the economy in one country. So equally for the both. And just to mention, I know that the time is running out, the tendency of relative reduction of private investments is not characteristic only for Serbia, but for the entire Western Balkans. And that can be explained with the lack of functioning of institutions. Based on the first slide, Freedom House and Human Freedom Index that was displayed, it depicts how the investments are being reduced on the level of total investment, because the foreign investment has informal institutional contacts. He has the red carpet in front of the airplane. He has no procedures and problems with non-functional institutions with respecting the procedures. Everything is happening on a ministerial level. Local investors are the ones that are suffering. We have, tomorrow you're going to hear a story from Mr. Drakulic. Thank you. The second thing is that the environment is changing. We used to live in great moderation period. We had some patterns, liberalization and other things that we were taking from others. It is also important, before great crisis, that non-critical macroprudential policy. Why is Montenegro in such a difficult position? Because it has paid the biggest price of the economical collapse system. If you do not do your homework, between different policies, fiscal and monetary, okay, because we have a euro here, monetary is installed already. Then you come into a situation that someone else is dictating the pace, the tempo, and you pay the highest price. Just one sentence, please. I don't see a problem why domestic local investors shouldn't get the same red carpet as the foreign investors, and why the subsidies are not being directed to them. When you dig a little, you will see that it's political motivation. When you make a deal with a foreign investor, then you have hands on the situation and the investment and the impact that your investment has in your society. When you give it to the local one, he is the boss of the investment and he is spreading his influence. These are political motives, not only in Serbia but in the entire Western Balkans. Just one sentence. The money is important, but not the most important thing. One product is made of money and from other inputs. Example, Croatia has the best ships. And all Croatian ships used to get the first prize in their class. When the shipbuilding became to collapse, we had the Shipping Institute. And these knowledges have been systematized and given to the shipyards. And the shipyards were making the best ships. When the Shipbuilding Institute was collapsed, now we have giving it is not fit in the current shipbuilding technology. All the researchers show that a government or a country evolves when the institutions evolve. We have destroyed socialist institutions and we have never improved the market institutions. So money is important, but not the most important one. You can ne čujemo ništa.
Dobar dan.
Mr. Martinovski, you have a very representative people. I'm taking a little bit of your time. My name is Gazmen Dabrashi. I'm coming from Pristina. I'm a private entrepreneur in Kosovo and Albanian, one of the biggest taxpayers. I used to be in politics. I used to be advisor to the president of Kosovo. I used to be in Parliament of Kosovo. Now I'm an honorary consul of Montenegro. I want to thank to this representative auditorium. Why have I taken the floor? Mr. Vlahovic, among other things, said a very representative table, showed a representative table that we should all follow economy, not politics, that 2 + 2 for economists is 4 and for politicians it can be 5 if they agree. What I wanted to highlight, I wanted to listen to your comment that you said, you shown in that table that the export from Serbia is bigger towards Bosnia and other countries in the region. I will not tire you. Then with Russia and China, the export. We know what is happening in politics between Serbia and these countries and what is happening between Serbia and Bosnia. For example, you said that there is a bigger export, 1.4 billion, while to Montenegro it's 600 million. So there will be an opportunity in the panel to focus more on the Balkans, and I'm glad that we've seen this table. My question is, what are the chances that Serbia, once starts following economy on the basis of the data that you've shown, and to have the economy as a guidance, and not to follow policy, not to have politics as the guidelines? I would like to ask this question to all the countries of the Western Balkans. Let's not just say that Serbia is the only party breaker and the troublemaker and all the others are innocent. Regarding that, I told it to Momčilo, when fiscal reform was implemented here, that is now putting us in a lot of trouble, that Montenegro cannot cover its deficit. The biggest promoters of such idea in Montenegro were the ones that were in the opposition, not the right-wing opposition, the ones patriarchal Serbia, but the opposition that I have never expected to support it. Oh, Montenegro is an example. We can increase the salaries overnight. Employment is going to grow. I told them, are you crazy? We will have a problem in 6 months' time. There will be a problem and a giant hole in the budget. To be honest, the criticism for such moves was heard by the Minister of the Serbian government, Minister of Finance. I think that the politicians in this region understand each other very well. In these scenarios of conflicts, sometime before the elections they raised the national tensions, that after the elections the tensions are calmed. If we only listen to the economy, there will be no barriers. It is true, up until last year, we had more export to Bosnia or equally as much than to Russia. But if we look at the entire commercial data, then the data changes. We are dependent from the energy point of view from Russia, especially when it comes to natural gas. And on the other hand, big private Chinese investment in Bor and Sartid, that our foreign trade has dramatically increased when compared to 10 years ago. I don't know what else to say, but to have economy to press on its politicians to follow the path that the economy wants to pave, that we do not have barriers, not to have obstacles, not to have tensions, and to simply observe the economical figures that are very clear. But I'm afraid that a lot of time is going to pass before something like that happens. I'm saying this from experience from someone who was a director of a great company, like Zoran says, of Deloitte, as a senior partner. I used to be the minister for privatization in the Zoran Đinđić's government, who was murdered. The only reformer in our region as someone who has carried on with his career in the private sector. Thank you. Can I just say one thing?
It's not just Serbia, it's Croatia that does more trade with the region than with Russia and China. We even do more trade with Serbia. Neighbors tend to trade more. And perhaps a practical suggestion for the end. In Slovenia, we are tackling the inflation, and the government mentioned to cut it from 11 to 10, and it's on a downward trend. And here we have been talking about food, and food is a typical example of monopoly. You can now use demand. So one good measure would be to keep in check, to limit the consumer basket. And everyone was against that. They objected to the methodology, etc. Now food has gone down by 15%. Yes, but if you want to control the prices, you will control the price of bread, but not bread rolls. I personally believe that no price control is a good thing. We can't hear the speaker now, sorry. The mic is off. I saw an index that I think you need to include in your presentation. It's a good country index. It reflects life in a specific country. So if we had a scorecard, we would say, well, regardless of everything, we have a good life. Well, when you are a moderator, let's have that as part of the presentation as well. Let me thank the panelists for the discussion, and let me thank the audience for being patient enough over the past 2 hours.
headquarters and be in media center. Do you have the MasterCard?
No.
Okay.
You told that they will open,
Yeah.
I just asked you.
Okay, if they, in the case they forgot. No, don't take it. Don't take, no problem.
Dobar dan svima. Malo nam je kasno.
Good day to all. The previous panel was a bit late, so we are starting late, and I promise we will wrap up by 5. No, just a joke. We know that we are the only thing standing between you and lunch, so we'll try to be on time. Let me briefly introduce myself and my panelists. My name is Sanjena Arifagić. I am Regional Director of Financial Markets International from Washington. We have been dealing with diaspora and its involvement in economic development of countries of origin, and that's my background and why I'm here. It's a particular privilege to share this panel with the panelists here today. I will introduce them in a couple of seconds. Let me just try and contextualize what we heard today. We are living at a time where global diaspora is at its maximum. We realize that there's a large share of people living outside their respective countries of origin. In 2020, their remittances were 708 billion USDs, and that is a large share also of all global FDIs, several times higher than overall international development aid in 2020. It's important to mention that the region, the Western Balkans, follow the same trend. The Balkans have always been prone to migration, in particular over the past couple of decades, but even before that. So our situation is that 1/5 of our population lives outside the region. We know all these success stories. Some of them will be presented today, but just as any other success story, there are two sides to the coin, and that's what the previous panel touched upon, the constant depopulation in the Balkans and the rampant migration. Between 2017 and 2020, we had approximately 1.6 million first visas and residence permits issued by the EU member states to our population. So 1.6 million people left to work or study. Some may have returned, some may have not. And that's feeding the vicious circle. We already feel the lack of some skills and professions in our markets. This causes lower level of investment, which slows down economic development and leads to further depopulation and migration. We will try to respond in this panel to one key question, which is how can we better involve all these people, all these resources? How can we involve them in the development here in the Western Balkans? Before I introduce my panelists, I can say that it would be very difficult to have a better group here. We have some business people who have been working and living abroad for a long while. Some of them live here but work with diaspora. To my left, Mr. Vladan Todorovic, owner and manager of Advanced Security Technologies from Serbia. He worked on software solutions in a number of countries. His company, which he founded just before he returned to Serbia, focuses on cybersecurity services. Mr. Haris Butrak is the manager of MIH GmbH, which is involved in laying of optic fibers for telecommunications in Germany and elsewhere. He comes from Bielopolje and he is the founder of the philanthropic foundation which helps people around the world. Ms. Lilian Sulejmanovic is the founder and owner of Bardo brand of healthy foods, registered in Sarajevo. She lives between Sarajevo and London, where she has a consultancy which she started after her studies at Oxford and Harvard, and she also has background working for some major consultancies in the UK. Mr. Srđan Plamenac is the owner and manager of a company in Germany involved in overhauling oil refineries. Mr. Plamenac is an active member of Montenegrin diaspora and used to chair the alliance in Germany and the bilateral alliance between Montenegro and Germany. Ante Medic does not belong to diaspora, but he's here to present his experience in working with diaspora. He is the owner and manager of Pulsar Laboratories in Zagreb, Croatia, and he is a member of the Diaspora Angel Investor Network. Most of them come from the US, and they invest capital and know-how in companies across Europe. So a diverse group, people with different backgrounds from different industries and different countries of the region. So let me start by asking, is there interest in investing capital and know-how? Is there interest among diaspora members? Do you see that in your day-to-day activities? Let's start with Vladan. Well, I'm not directly involved in the organizations set up by our migrants, but I know that they exist. Usually there are constraints in terms of the risk, the degree of risk attached to an investment. And secondly, there's the specificity of our products. We come from small countries. When I was Global Siemens account manager and when we outsourced in different countries, in Poland, in less than 2 months, we hired 300 people. In Romania, 100. The difference was there was no personal income tax for IT. Finding someone from the Balkans was difficult because there's a limited number of those people available from the region compared to 300 or 100. So if they specialize in areas that require a lot of previous background, then they can get good salaries and they can profit from such specialized knowledge. In Niš, your local community, do you see people who lived abroad and then returned to develop their own country? I don't know anyone who is still living abroad. I know a lot of people who develop business abroad and live between Niš and the US, but mainly tend to live abroad. In Belgrade, there are some people who returned, but that is a low share. Haris, you are quite active, not just in Germany, but in the region. You have investments going on in Montenegro, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. How do you compare working in these respective markets? What are the advantages and disadvantages? First off, there's a slight difference in the system of doing business. We see that these panelists mainly work abroad. There's a different system out there. And I think the focus should be on that. I think things should adapt to the European model of doing business. Just as you said, my company operates in Germany, Belgium, Austria, so the activities tend to be quite similar. We have another business in Slovenia, and there you get a Balkan Western mix. And in Bosnia, you feel the Balkans. The same goes for Montenegro. In Montenegro, we have some 150 people. The figure for Bosnia is quite similar. I have not experienced any barriers, but I haven't seen any incentives either. My understanding is that we will be discussing also room for improvement. I don't want to jump to that, but there's definitely opportunity, there's potential, and the diaspora is interested in investing in the homeland. It's just that the bridge needs to be reinforced. There's a gap spanning from between the willingness and the beginning of implementation. We need to improve, we need to work on something that would bridge that gap. All of us willing to invest should be providing some suggestions, and then the government, the business associations such as the Chamber, and we realize that they are quite interested, they will facilitate the process. Lilian? By coincidence, the two of us were classmates. And of course, you could never tell because I look much older due to living abroad as part of diaspora and living in the Balkans. But you have been living and working in the UK for quite a while. You developed a consultancy business there. In B&H, you decided to start up a different business. What motivated you to leave the comfort zone and try something completely different in a completely different sector?
Besides this emotional link that in case of the diaspora from Bosnia and Herzegovina has a different dimension, maybe in my older age a wish to bring my experience that I've got in Great Britain. I wanted to transfer experience to contribute to professionalization, not only of the sector of professional services that is still successful in our market, but to professionalize a part of these products that are maybe for local market. Maybe I was a little bit naive since I haven't lived and worked in the Balkans. My experience as an entrepreneur in Great Britain, I thought it gives me a good breakdown for business in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think that after working for 5 years in Bosnia, that may have been a mistake. Now I see how difficult it is to work as an entrepreneur or a small business in Bosnia. My wish, and in the context of this discussion, what is important, in diaspora, there is a great wish, desire for contributing to the region or the countries where the people are coming from. We still haven't managed to find a channel how to use this. And it exists only for a short period of time. Generations of young people that were born in diaspora and are growing up there maybe will not be related to their country or bond to their country. I've finished elementary school, high school. These are crucial things that we should think about, how to link the diaspora to make this bridge of connecting with the younger generations that are living and growing up, to have it maintained, but also to strengthen it, to attract them to come here. What is really difficult, and I think that you are a witness of investments, both active and passive, into the region. We cannot expect that all generations will want to actively participate in the market, to live here and to open their businesses here. What we will need to build on is the passive investment through the networks of angel to some funds. And the crucial problem is the regulatory and the legal framework where this can happen. I think that for an opportunity how to build paths for bigger investments for diaspora, I think we should think both on passive investments and active investments, having in mind our impact, our influence to the business policy. Lilian just mentioned, Srđan, this regulatory institutional framework. Vladan mentioned this perception of risk of investment in our country. Hayres also mentioned that there was not people that were supporting this and directly assisting. According to you, what is the thing that is missing in order to motivate people that live abroad, that are potentially interested to develop business, how to invest their knowledge and their funds? From your experience, I know that you never decided to jump back, to leap back from Germany to Montenegro, but having in mind our conversation, I got the feeling that you're thinking about this. What would you mention as a potential investor? First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Nina Drakić and Mr. Vojo Banović for inviting me to participate to such a great event. And a small digression on Mrs. Drakić's speech at the opening, when she said that this is the year of the young, or the year of the youth. Let's not speak a lot about the past. I read that the past must be a lamp that is going to enlighten the future. That is my message for the young people opening business. As for my own investment, I frequently come to Montenegro, but the couple of days that I spend in Montenegro, I'm trying to enjoy Montenegro when I come here for 5, 6, 7 days. But when it comes to diaspora, I will tell you briefly. I'm living for 29 years in Germany. I left Bar as an economical migrant because I used to have 2,000 Deutschmarks, and then it dropped to 10 Deutschmarks. Someone from our region wanted to destroy our economical system. I lost the motivation to work for that kind of money in Montenegro, and I left for Germany. I had my ups and downs like in any business. And then I completely changed my occupation. I am a veterinarian. After a couple of years, I opened another business because I recognize a different profit. And I'm active in Montenegro, in diaspora, because I just want to stress once again, I have been diaspora all my life. I was born in Belgrade. I lived for 27 years in Belgrade. My parents were from Montenegro. We were diaspora there. I then came to Bar after faculty, worked there for 4 years. Those were the only 4 years that I lived in Montenegro continuously. And then I left for Germany, but Montenegro remained in my heart and my soul. That is why I wanted to be actively involved in our Montenegrin diaspora. It has a lot of members because of the economical situation in Montenegro and the war in our region. Luckily, we didn't have a war in Montenegro. A lot of people came from the north of Montenegro, and we have founded an association, also a lot of clubs. Me and my club, we are a member of Montenegro Deutschland Alliance. We are working on, my motto is always to, everything begins in the house. The problem is with the second generation in Germany. The first generation, we have integrated into German society. There are a lot of nations in Germany that haven't managed to integrate after 30 or 40 years. We have integrated very quickly. For me, it is very important, the flexibility, that is, we were flexible, we have integrated into German society, but I'm always emphasizing we were never assimilated. We mustn't be assimilated. That is the most dangerous thing for a small nation such as Montenegro. Everywhere you go, regardless of the country, Germany or any other, that's, when it comes to investments in Montenegro, the investments and interests exists. The people that have been living, that are living in Montenegro are investing. They are investing a lot in real estate, investing in their kin, their family, that are being helped by them in Montenegro. But in my opinion, it is on a low scale. I think we should focus on forming of offices in municipalities, that the diaspora, in case somebody, they need to unite and to invest the capital for a particular municipality. Mr. Vlahovic put it quite nicely. When someone from another country invests, he gets a red carpet. But when a local investor wants to invest, he has business barriers. And the biggest barrier is the influence of politics to the business. That is the problem in the entire region, that the politics influences a lot on the people to make a decision to invest in their own country. Investment in your own country wants to make a profit, all the people want to make a profit, but also there is a high level of emotions. That's all for the beginning. I have a lot more to say, but that's for the beginning. We'll try to have a more interactive discussion, and whenever you feel you want to add something to the discussion, please feel free to jump in. Also the colleagues from the audience. We will leave a window for questions. If you have some questions, please raise your hand, and we will join you to our discussion. Ante is a little bit different than the rest of the panelists, since he lives in the country that he was born. What is specific for his experience is the cooperation with our people from the region that usually live in the United States of America, and that are very much active in that community as investors, so-called angel investors that are investing their capital into companies from the entire Southeast Europe region. Ante, as a part of this network, regarding to what Lilian was saying, a need for our people to be stimulated, not to invest like some strategic investors, but some portfolio investors. Whether you see a possibility to make some kind of a financial instrument, a financial tool that would attract that kind of investments from the diaspora. And what is interesting to us, the experience of these angel investors that are investing into local companies. How does it look in practice? What are the obstacles that you are facing, and what could be done? What can be improved? Thank you for asking. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. When I was contacted, I still haven't decided whether I wanted to come or no. Maybe I'm not an appropriate person to be a panelist. But having this subject that is close to something that I'm doing for the last couple of days, I've been on this planet for a bit longer than he is working in Germany, so I don't have that much experience in business. But what do I have? I have enough that I've gained trust, and we have connected with the people that are part of our diaspora, and then we decided to try to attract investments from abroad and to help our companies to develop more successfully, to attract investments and so forth. Maybe the most important thing for me is in business is trust. Without trust, there isn't anything. At the end, in a group of investors, I have gained trust from some people that live there. First of all, Srđan Lončar, who has lived in America for all of his life, buying and selling companies. And he saw how we helped the local community from Croatia. I'm working in hardware design. I think that is the future of economy, that we produce things, to export things, not necessarily intellectual services. I think that is one of our advantages. The worldwide market is open for us. We do not have any obstacles when it comes to politics. A lot of people that are complaining in some older types of industries, they still didn't figure out what exactly we are doing, something with computers. We are exporting software and hardware until they see what's going on. That is our advantage. We can change some things before someone tries to regulate, to over-regulate some things. When it comes to investments, we have made a first investment in Sport React company. I've been supporting these people from the very beginning. Anto is the vice champion in boxing. Somebody is a fighter. That is what is important for us. You need to be a fighter in life, not only in sports. When something is bad, you need to say, this is bad. Those are the values that we ask our investors to have. It's all a matter of trust. I'm sort of a bridge. We are working due diligence in Croatia. We are trying to put them on the level. However, there is a catch. In Croatia, and I suppose in other countries, it is very difficult to give something such as SU program. We have a problem that is regulated in a fine way. It's feasible. Even if a company starts from scratch, you can distribute million stocks shares. Okay, we have then decided all the companies will be opened in the US, and then as parts of companies will be flip shared. We are not putting money on companies directly, and then they are successively withdrawing funds from the United States. There is a lot of EU funds available at this moment, and mixed funds were partly by private investors and partly by EU, and quite often they do not have time to work on due diligence in a company. That is our opportunity. That is how can we additionally attract investors from abroad, because they are offering the option for each euro of investment. They are handing another euro of investment. That way we are getting a lot of investments. So there is a lot of interest abroad. Everybody is looking at his own private interest. I am a local patriot as well. Everything that we are producing, I'm trying to produce in Croatia. We started even spraying the plastics for our products in Croatia rather than have it imported from China. We need to refresh our production capacities. And I try to do as much as possible in the region and to revitalize the know-how. A lot of people emigrated to Germany, so now we have problems producing, manufacturing anything. But slowly it's improving, and I believe that as years go by, it will keep improving. Thank you, Ante. It's interesting that
when it comes to business angel investors as equity investors, the only arrangement you identified was basically switching the jurisdiction to be able to deploy that arrangement. And that's something we keep hearing from the panelists today, the issue of trust, the issue of institutional and legal framework, the issue of incentives. So perhaps in that regard, we can ask in practical terms, what would you like to see happen, to see take place? Somebody mentioned the municipal offices for cooperation with diaspora as the first contact point that people would get information from about business zones and other conditions and regulations. I'm not comfortable in this seat. It's no wonder that people who take some important offices and chairs are reluctant to leave them. I would like to propose to our government building this bridge that I mentioned earlier. Some institutions that would mediate between diaspora and municipalities here. Often we have situations where there are political interests involved or personal interests involved, and then a nice project or a nice idea fails because of some selfish individuals. And that's a problem. So I would propose to our government to set up a ministry for diaspora. I'm sure it wouldn't require any additional funding. I'm sure we would be able to support it and cover all the costs. And we don't want them imposing a minister on us. We don't want to have somebody running things in the way that we wouldn't like. So I think it would be a good idea to come up with some institutions that would support this. I think that would resolve the problems and would establish trust. And then through Chamber of Economy, through those institutions, people can invest. There's a lot of interest, but we have to be honest and say that there's also mistrust. Diaspora is the biggest resource available to the Balkan states, not just to Montenegro. That's the biggest resource. You started by mentioning the huge amount of money arriving to Montenegro each year, and that never stopped. Whatever the crisis, diaspora always came back with the money earned and invested it here. And these are not small sums. This is, to my knowledge, several million euros. I think that has not been tapped into properly. And the ministry that I just suggested would work in the interest of diaspora, in the interest of connections. And just as we heard from Ms. Sulejmanovic earlier, it would prevent second and third generation migrants losing their contact with the homeland. That would be a disaster. I can share my own example. I have 5 children, and I try to make sure that they all visit Montenegro every year. I don't expect to see huge profits in Montenegro, last year we did have more than 1 million profits here. But my aim is to establish ties and links and to resolve problems the way we resolve problems in our families. It's all about our ego, and we have to work on that. In addition to my investments, and I mentioned 150 employees, 150 jobs in Montenegro, each of those employees has proper social insurance, and the state gets all of its dues from us. If you avoid paying taxes, you cannot say that you are a patriot working for your country. We need to make sure that the investments coming from diaspora have this bridge, and that everything's prepared and the outcome of the investment is guaranteed. I recently set up a fund here, also with the aim to invest. I don't want to be the majority owner or majority investor in these companies. I want to be part of the story. And then the resources and the ideas that we have, they have to get implemented in just a handful of sectors. IT engineering, tourism. So we get to a point where people may want to invest. We have 20 people lined up willing to invest in these sectors. And then what happens if I start and then I cannot see the project through, or there are some initial promises and then due to somebody's interests or egos, I cannot complete and go ahead with the implementation. That would be a problem for me, because I would be vouching to those people. So I decided to try and do the investments myself, and then if it works, then I will invite other people to purchase some of the shares and join in. And we need to get rid of that concern, of that fear, and that barrier that we see in some municipalities, where they think, well, it's okay for this one to invest, but not for that one. How is my money different from somebody else's money? What makes that other person eligible? How do you decide? How do you judge? And here, there's a role for the Chamber of Economy or an institution, not necessarily a ministry, some department that should be independent. We don't need an institution that would not be making its own decisions, but decisions would be made elsewhere. We have so many successful people among our diaspora, intellectuals, engineers, and it's a pity not to enable them to come back and invest in the country. I think we should be working on this as soon as possible. I fully agree, and it's great to hear this example where you are trying to gather more people. That's precisely what we discussed earlier. I also think that if we wait for the government to get in order and for the legal framework to change, that might never happen. In my view, the only thing we can do is set up an instrument for these investments that would be separate from the existing framework, and that would provide support. Let me present the example of crowdfunding campaigns that are so important. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are several successful examples of such initiatives that could never be channeled through local companies because our companies could not receive investments. So that every time there's a successful campaign, you find that somebody opened an account in another country and then they agreed to transfer the money somehow to our institutions. So each successful information should circumvent, should step aside from the current regulatory framework and implement the idea. Or, for example, the normal thing in the West and the thing that's expected if you work in a startup. The legal framework here does not enable that. In Croatia it may, in Bosnia and Herzegovina definitely not. So we always need to come up with a way to do things via my British registered business. In B&H, if you don't have B&H citizenship as an investor, you need to notarize and certify each document you produce, and that is disincentive. We need to set up a framework that enables this. That calls for political will, for an instrument, free economic zones, something in addition to the national legislation. Without the existence of political will and something that would be outside the existing system, we would always have huge risks. So huge that ultimately even the people who know the language and come from that country would not invest. And they can always prefer providing support to their own families or providing remittances. This is something that we cannot tackle without the role of politics.
Thank you. Vladan? When hearing some of these arguments, I'm starting to think whether there is a difference between the investor from the diaspora or any other investor, regardless whether it's local or foreign. All investors, more or less, are telling us the same things. It is over-bureaucratized, the entire process. We have some obstacles that can relatively quickly be overcome, and also we're prone to corruption and other things. Is the investor from diaspora the same like any other investor, or you see some? No, it's maybe a bit more skeptical. I would like to add to this comment, I agree regarding the political problems Absolutely, there is a problem, plus the bureaucracy problem. I like to be being pragmatical. We are working on the Asian market, with European market. Venture capital that is interested to invest in us, what are they doing? They are now deciding whether we are going to register illegal entity on legal Long Island or New Jersey or in Delaware. We have attorneys that are resolving problems for the options in defining the entire model, how everything is going to look like. And we could put all of that here. Why would each of us resolve this problem? Let's say we have a small zone like in Malaysia. They have a great model. In the first 10 years, there are no taxes paid to the state if you developed, but you employ people. Imagine a startup that knows in advance how to implement intellectual property, how to resolve options, and has some kind of a motivation. Then we are resolving all the operative problems, and they are interesting both to foreign and to local investors. And I would like to add, like the cherry on top, the strategic investment, not only in the form of money. The fact that is coming from a business from diaspora that is similar to the new business that is being developed is opening many options. It can bring you to this environment, will have large benefits, so will you. Concrete example, we are doing something with Schneider. We have found our people that we have been working with Schneider. They're opening our doors and will be a great potential for us as well. It would be a great thing to put everything in a zone that would facilitate all the operative tasks before us. That is where you open a space for me. I wanted to speak about that, not only the investment of capital, but the investment of knowledge and business networks that people in diaspora have. In our practice, we usually find someone who is not willing to invest his capital, but to donate part of his time to a company that is similar to his, to adopt a technical standard, to improve quality of a product or a service, or ultimately to access to the market, help in accessing to the market. And that is something that is not often said in public. It could transform our private sector that is directed to itself. We have a small number of exporters, and small share of income is being made in foreign markets. Is the diaspora one of the agents to increase export to foreign markets? Sergeant, what is your opinion? I think that there is an opportunity, a possibility. Iris said that the second generation, that is our target group. This second generation or the third generation, but these are the potential investors. They know both mentalities. They grew up abroad. They speak both languages. They can recognize national identity of this country. These are the advantages. There are good examples, not only bad examples. When Montenegro approached NATO, we have a lot of opportunity for German investment. Hundreds of German families have moved and bought houses in Mrkojevići. Then in September, 30 pupils have been enrolled in primary school. The Germans recognize our country, beautiful climate, living conditions, sometimes even better than in Germany. It's less stressful, more relaxed, it's more beautiful for them. Germans are trembling how they are going to live through the winter, and at the end of October we are cooling ourselves with air conditioners. So there are a lot of advantages. And of course, the profit tax is also lower than in other countries, 9%. What I would propose to the Chamber of Commerce to have an investment conference, to have investors from Germany that would come, the EU funds as well. I don't have that many hobbies, but one of them is olive growing that is on a small scale. And I'm subscribed to a magazine called Maslinar that is being issued by Slobodna Dalmacija in Croatia. The other day I read that the Ministry of Agriculture of Croatia has filed a request, and there is a law on agricultural product, 3.9 billion from the European Union. That's a lot of money. We don't have to get 3.9, let's get 20%. That's quite enough for Montenegro. These are some things, they are interesting things, but we still need to motivate the diaspora, the ministry. The ministry needs to be directed from the diaspora, not from the homeland. For the last couple of years, what is happening, I don't want to say it is a subject that I could talk for 2 days, because these are things that practically are in the way of diaspora to have them thinking whether to invest or not. They are calling us about permanent residency, the right to vote. The diaspora from Serbia and Croatia, they are voting in their embassies and consulates. There are Montenegro Airlines that was completely destroyed and cancelled. They have 1.5 planes to Montenegro. Entire October, they've cancelled the line for Frankfurt. We know why. They just cancelled the line for Frankfurt, the flight for Frankfurt. We have low-cost companies that are very much active. I'm very much in favor of low-cost companies. I fought for them from day one when the politicians were saying, what are you talking about? Low-cost company, they are bringing cheap guests. That's not true. Businessmen are coming with low-cost companies. In 2 hours, you can have a comfortable flight. Even Ryanair wanted to have a standing part in the airplane. These are some of the examples. I can say a couple of words regarding this subject, since I have a lot of experience in this area. I think that diaspora can bring a lot of experience, to transfer a lot of experience that we need indeed. The connection that we have, the knowledge that we got, the people that are coming to live here, the knowledge that they bring will mean a lot to us. I will give you a couple of examples. We started doing civil engineering, construction in Germany. And of course, you have to work through their architects and through bureaus to get building permits. However, I wanted to involve our architects because we have them both here in Bar and in Sarajevo. We have made a calculation that it would cost a lot at the very beginning. I took the liberty and risked, but I knew that our people are capable, that they are smart and bright, and this will go through. That's what happened, exactly. Some basic things were done in Germany. At the end, it turned out that I earned money. It was supposed to cost 400,000 euros, and in fact, with this combination, it maybe costed 120,000 euros. What have I managed to do? We have started to expand, and that became a routine for our people. The engineers are staying, working here. We are selling back the knowledge that we got. We have a square meter for 15 euros. Now we are paying 25, 30 euros. That is much cheaper than doing it and paying it in Germany. Those are the things that we should use. We need to invest ourselves into this and to work on this part to transfer experience and knowledge. The same applies for Bar. We have approximately 15 engineers, people that have graduated university. They have costed this country a lot of money. These people would have left. That's why they went to school. Their goal is to live a normal life. I'm working in fiber optics, internet. Last year we were #1 in Germany. This year I think that we will be #1 in Europe because we are the biggest in the business. And all of this planning, engineering of designs and projects are being done in Bar and Sarajevo. It wasn't easy. When I started this job in 2014, maybe it's not the subject of discussion, but just to make it a little bit more interesting, when they asked me, I lost one job, bankrupt, I just wanted to work something. The glass face needs to be done. I know what is glass face. Of course, I'd never seen it or heard it. And then they bring these cables and I start working with this. However, I've seen that people that are working are giving these jobs to us, to subcontractors. I thought it was not that difficult. I was begging them and asking them to become one of them. Now I see how unrealistic I have been. Dutch companies and big companies from Germany. However, at one moment, it happened that one small place, none of these big companies didn't want to do this job in this big place. And the guy that I asked, you have a chance to work? And I said, great, you will get this place. Now, it was 4 times cheaper than the price of the German companies, but we have succeeded. However, in this job, he tells me this guy is going to draw the design to do engineering. He takes 150 euros. This guy is going to make internet. He's taking 20. This third guy is going in the house. He's taking 30. And now he makes me a calculation for all these works, for the asphalt that is being done, the measuring. Everything with my digging and with my people, I've made some money and I had to pay all of this. That was in 2014. Now, the entire administration, everything is done in Montenegro and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The entire administration of this company, for everything that I do in Germany, we're doing it on our own. All these subcontractors that I used to pay, now we're working on our own. What I want to say, our people have that much capability, so many opportunities. They are so intelligent. Lately, I was fortunate to travel around. I've been to New York, Chicago, in San Francisco. I've been to Turkey. I met a lot of people from our region. Our people from Montenegro, and part of these people is recognized by their knowledge, by their hands of gold. And those people do not invest a lot in Montenegro, and that is something that needs to be changed. This is why I'm saying this, that the brain of the company is being transferred into Montenegro and Bosnia, and now we are expanding in Bar. And one other thing I have to tell you, now I can say after the elections, once Dusan Rajčević came to Sarajevo a couple of months ago and saw our office, 140 people, they are working for Germany, for our company in Germany. I never asked you, he told me, but I'm going to ask you one more thing, to make something like this in Bar. And now we are completing renovation of a facility where we are going to put all of our engineers, and I've ordered already to expand business in Bar. There are great opportunities, great opportunities. In Novi Pazar, the mayor of Novi Pazar has 350 people ready and waiting. They are already being trained, and there are contacts where these people can be employed. That also needs to be transferred to Montenegro. I think these are the jobs that we can do in the future. With God's help and our sincere willingness, we can succeed.
What we heard from Iris makes me ask the question of availability of workforce in our countries. But Ante wanted to say something. Yes, a comment on how smart our people are. The Olympics in Beijing and you understand the challenge during the Olympics, the span for alerting the journalists if an athlete crosses the line was 0.3 milliseconds. And when we sat down with some US people and asked them about advantages and disadvantages of working with our people, they said, well, whenever there was a need for flexibility and adaptability, you did really well. But if you need to go from point A to B to C and then further, you tend to skip some of the points. So we should be aware of our advantages and disadvantages and make use of them. Sounds logical. Yes, so we work well in crisis. I agree. We are good improvisers. And people here learn to play with next to nothing, with a couple of strings and a glass bottle, for example. I wanted to go back to investments. The primary thing is the return on investment. I think the governments should be investing in something that span the period of a century, and the government should have focus on long-term interests, culture, education. That is the government domain, taking care of these long-term sectors, and allow private sector to take steps towards achieving that vision. And we also need to work on a shift of paradigm and a shift of focus. Croatia has a big problem there, I assume also Montenegro. Tourism is seen as the icing on the cake rather than the cake itself. It's seen as a primary industry, primary sector. And we tend to be service-oriented. Small countries such as Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, we are small compared to Germany. We need to focus on development of critical technologies and critical components for bigger industries. For example, what Rimac did in Croatia. He produces components that are installed in more advanced industries. And the IT sector is the future, because the service industry always shifts towards cheap labor. And just as anything else, money goes to another country that has cheaper labor. You need to have your own know-how that you can export. And when it comes to experience, in investing, we look for smart money that comes with advice package. I am fortunate enough to be sitting among a group of people where I am by far the dumbest, the least intelligent one. And I gather experience that is invaluable. I have some experience, but these people have experience pushing products in so many different markets, creating connections, networks. They paved the way to success. So I would like to highlight once again that producing products and services and exporting them is the key to success. Concrete is a safe investment in times of crisis. And yes, you can sell apartments and apartment buildings, but long-term development requires investing in know-how and competitive products, competitive globally. Thank you, Ante. In a way, you raised the final issue that I wanted to raise. You all come from different sectors, and clearly, just as we have diversity in the diaspora, there's also diversity of investments. Is there a sector or subsector that we should prioritize in our communications with diaspora? Ante mentioned investment in technology as one of the key elements. So should we focus incentives on that? On attracting people to invest in these specific sectors in their countries of origin? Would that accelerate return on investment and investments made by diaspora? Yes, but we need also to say that investment in products requires highly educated investors. It's easy to calculate return on investment in buildings, but if you're investing in something completely innovative, artificial intelligence, advanced components, space technologies, that I personally believe are the only avenue for small countries such as ours. The investors need to be educated. They need to know what they are getting themselves into. And it's difficult to translate all the buzzwords to somebody who may not have a science degree. So that's a barrier to be overcome. So all those willing to invest in high tech, they need to commit to lifelong learning and education, so they know what they are getting into, so that they are not scammed. So lifelong learning is a necessary prerequisite to identify investments and method of investment. I agree. I think we have to go back to political will. Each country, in particular developing countries, countries of the Western Balkans, need to have in place a strategic vision for the upcoming 25 years. If we had that, it would need to take into account the competitive advantages of the given country that will always be there, and skilled labor is leaving our countries. We heard that at the beginning of the event. So we cannot rely on always having skilled workers that we can pay less than their equally skilled counterparts from other countries. So we won't be able to rely on that as our competitive advantage if we don't have a vision of what we need to invest and how we can complete the financial, political and legal framework to attract investments. Each country has something it should prioritize, in my view, as a development path. And of course, technology should always be an integral part of that. But if we consider the agricultural land available in the region, neglecting that potential is also risky. We cannot all be small high-tech countries or service-oriented countries. We definitely need to have a vision concerning the way we want to use our resources. We haven't seen that take place over the past 2 decades, so I don't know where that leaves us. To add to what we heard from Ante, he said that he was the dumbest in his group, but he is the most intelligent one there. Steve Jobs always had a motto, hire people who are smarter than you. And then on agriculture, the war in Ukraine has demonstrated how food can get into short supply. And I think Montenegro should be investing in agriculture, including cattle breeding and rural households and people going back to rural areas. So that can be a way to organize export through tourism. When I see water bottles from another country here, it really spooks me. So there's a lot of potential in the circumstances of crisis, such as the crisis in Ukraine or COVID crisis. And I would be in favor of those essential industries. Unfortunately, in Montenegro, we destroyed all of our production plants. But still, we need to draw the line and say, well, let's go ahead with small-scale plants. Also, artisan work and handcrafts, that's in short supply. In Germany, there's such a demand for skilled people. Our people just need to have good, solid skills, and they will learn in our company. And in a couple of years, they will become master craftsmen, better than somebody who attended some retraining courses and got a certificate in Germany. So the region is really flexible. Just as we heard, we tend to skip some steps from A to C. And yes, there's a lot of opportunity for investment as well. I am concerned about the EU, I have to say. My second homeland, Germany, where I developed my career and earned capital. Recently, I was in Dubai at GTech Summit on cyber attack technologies, startups, etc. And I did not see a single German company there, except for a stand held by the German Chamber of Economy. The companies came from Saudi Arabia, Sweden, UK, very few German ones. So I felt really worried by that. Vladan, you work in a specific market, which is Asia Pacific, sorry. And they saw huge technological advances and also had diaspora. Most foreign investments in China in the 70s and the 80s were generated by the Chinese diaspora, helping out foreign investors or investing themselves. And they managed to transform the economy. Now you work in those fast-changing markets. What do you see as a medium to long-term trend? If we are considering industrial policy and priorities, it would be a good idea to feel the pulse of the world, not just Western Europe and the region. I'd be pleased, but we all have our own takes. My take on Asia Pacific, in 2009, when I first started working with their banks, I was so surprised. There was a BPMP Indonesian bank. I was quite skeptical. So I was skeptical about developing business with them. And then we started working with them, and I realized that they had a bigger budget than Deutsche Bank. So then you get an idea of the scale and potential. So the huge population is there. There's a lot of potential. Now there's a lot of capital there, more than in Europe, and potential for future development is huge, unless there's some unforeseen disaster such as a war or something. There was Defense Forum 3 weeks ago in Bangkok. We were there. We had a stand, and not a single German company was there. Lockheed Martin from the US had a really small stand, and China had a stand that was the size twice this conference room. So there's definitely a trend, and Europe should be considering this market, not just us as small-time players. When I first decided to leave the corporate world, I got a hint of the geopolitical tendencies, and cybersecurity at the time was dominated by US products, and somebody needed to step in to close the gap. Now that opens us doors in many countries. Most of these Asian countries have a positive attitude to our countries as they recall Yugoslavia. In China, they have a word for Yugoslavia. Of course, future generations may not be familiar with it, but the same goes for Indonesia, African countries. We should be making use of that potential now as the markets are getting redefined. We should not neglect Europe or the US, but we should also make use of this opportunity related to Asia.
To be honest, I didn't know that you're spending this time in Germany. I wouldn't come at all. It is interesting to hear, and I'm sharing your concern, because I'm also monitoring the market. Now it is visible, Before we had the story that China will take the primacy. That is already happening. This is something that is visible. I'm a little bit... I think that the West has tradition regarding the technology. They have some kind of a strategy. The work that I'm doing, Germany is a European country that has only now reached 25% of implementation of fast internet, where Czech Republic, for example, has 85%. That is an indicator. But that is noticeable for the last 10 years. Their economy, they're working on this. So I agree that we should turn to these countries, having in mind that we don't have big resources. I just try to explain that we should sell our knowledge. We can sell our knowledge to Europe, to Asia. We just need to establish contacts. How? The best thing is to use our diaspora that was not used and should be used. Those are the best contacts. Our best ambassadors are the people all around the world, the people that should make contacts, create contacts and networking. At the beginning, I've heard that some red carpets are being put under foreign companies. These big companies that are coming from corporations, they have an interest, they're developing business. After 5, 6 or 7 years, they are selling their business, taking their profit, leaving to other markets. Our diaspora, we are connected to our homeland. Our roots are here. It's no longer just money. The money that we make, we are going to leave here and invest here. The people are going to... And another thing that is more serious than the first thing, these people are sending their engineers and they are getting the laws that they need. That is something that we should be working on as soon as possible, that our country works on this, that our Chamber of Commerce works on contacting, that our companies, that we can sell our knowledge to other countries, that we don't need to open a company in another country so that we can do it from here, to send invoices from here. That's what I'm doing, and it's working. Germany was checking the money that is made here. It needs to be collected here. When they were checking in Germany whether an invoice is appropriate to a European offer, that is everything that it takes. We should find a possibility to send invoices from here, to connect companies, and just to when I start, I can't. Once I start, I can't stop. Our diaspora needs to be used. I don't know why this is not in focus in our country. I don't know if someone is scared that these people will vote for someone else, but they should know that they are not making decisions about our country. They are just a service of ours. Once and for all, these people need to understand that they are the service of citizens. They are not deciding on whether who are they going to prioritize? Thank you. Thank you, Harris. Before we close this panel, just to use the opportunity to offer an opportunity for you from the floor, from the audience, to ask a question or two. Hello everyone, my name is Dragan Aradević from the University of Donja Gorica. I'm not sure that I have a question, I just have a need to make a comment. Yesterday I was in a role of moderator and discussing with young entrepreneurs on migrations from Western Balkan countries. 4 or 5 years ago I've attended an international conference where a woman that is dealing in statistics said that Montenegro in 10 years will have 1 million inhabitants. We were all confused, having in mind that people are leaving Montenegro. Already now, with Corona and all the events, we can see that people from other countries, Germans, Russians, they recognize Montenegro as an extremely beautiful place to live. Thanks to globalization, digitalization, Corona has confirmed that you can operate globally from here, especially in the IT sector. Montenegro is a beautiful place to live. The second thing is the institutions are not a problem. I've listened to your suggestion and it seems to be a good solution. But my personal opinion, that the institutions are not problems. The people working in institutions are the problems. You said it yourself, is that the ministry? We have the Agency for Investments that, according to the law, is in charge for municipalities when they are preparing private-public partnership projects. It is not the institutions, it is the people that are working in institutions, their way of thinking. The third thing are the people, and I would like to ask the question, what is the solution? Our people, once they leave, go abroad, they are hard-working and successful, and when they stay here, they are a problem to the ones that are working hard. Can we change the people? That is a dilemma that I'm a professor at the university, I'm teaching entrepreneurship, and I want to share with you what we are doing at the University of Donja Gorica. That's what I said yesterday. This year, 500 students out of 3,500 students went to the work and travel program. 15% of our students have been supported by the university in any possible way, every possible way, to finish the semester earlier, just to go and have a look. What does it look like to see what does it look like to work abroad? We have other groups. Some of them come with the startup capital for their own business. Some of them come with ideas. For example, before leaving, Professor Vukotic, who is the director of the university, had a lecture, and they all receive a little branded notebook called Book for Ideas. And their only task is to write down ideas when they're abroad, and once they come back, another meeting with him to discuss the ideas. In my view, this is one way to change these people. That's why we need one generation, so minimum 10 years. Young people that are 18, 19, 20 years old at this moment. Do we have a way how to speed this up? The topics of this panel contributes to this, you coming here. But do we really have the time to wait for 10 years to have this new generation, to have visible changes, that once this young man comes to agency of investment or to be a mayor, to know what to do and who to call? Please give me a reply in order not to leave desperate from this panel. I can provide you with an answer. It is a very interesting subject. That is a subject that I often mention in our events, at our events. There is a mentality problem in Montenegro. For their parents' goals is to have their children employed in public companies or public administration. We are small entrepreneurs working 365 days a year. We go to sleep with problems and wake up with problems. We are dealing our problems on our own. That has to start at home. That parents should learn their children, teach their children to have private businesses. It's not only a problem in the ministries and public administration. I think that some people are bringing their chairs from home in order to sit at the municipality to do their jobs, having in mind how many people have been employed. That is very sad. Children should be motivated to make private business, to learn, to earn money, and not only how they're going to have a nice living. Of course, that is also important. But I'm telling you, we need to stimulate this private business. That is a very big problem in Montenegro. People think that public service is everything. I would like to add something, I'm a member of the younger generation. Congratulations on what you are doing. I think that the best cure for each society is the mobility of a society. The societies, the countries that are behind, don't know what is going on outside. It is easy to tell stories like in Russia. All these countries have problems that their population is not that mobile, and successful countries have the advantage that the population is mobile. Younger people are going abroad, see how things are working, and are taking over this concept. But the concept of personal responsibility, when you have your personal business, you are responsible. You are waking up with problems and going to sleep with problems, but you learn to become responsible. And the things that children learn at home are very, very important. To install personal responsibility into them. You cannot blame everyone else. Someone else is going to give me that I don't have. The interesting thing in Croatia, yesterday I read an article. Out of 10 offered job openings, only 4 have been filled. People have seen, if they have, there is some kind of meritocracy in the private sector that does not exist in the public service. People are leaving from public service. They are being demotivated. They are demotivated to work for the public well-being. Through these work and travel programs, they should see how things are working abroad, to see something different. One more thing, and I will end with this. Younger generations, I'm 31 years old. The younger, the worse. We are all a bit impatient. We don't have the nerves to see things changing. We are not taught to wait for 10 years for something to happen. Everything, the policies that are being made that should consider that younger generations don't want to work for 40 years for a small salary, or to don't get a salary, which was normal in the 1990s. The policies need to be created to involve younger people in, to ask them what do they want in their future. They want things to be changed more rapidly. Some people are not that able to react that quickly. Only one quick intervention. We have time for another question, one more question. I would like to you to stick to the subject, if possible.
It's great what you've been doing, and it is noticeable that people are trying here. It's great to hear about ideas. And we all want to see progress, But we all know how things work. People, not all, thank God, but people get jobs that they do not deserve. They buy university degrees. That is our problem. The problem is not with the law, but with the people who are not skilled enough to be in their jobs. If we had people skilled enough who could do the job, the ones who are like that, who are part of the fair competition, I have to be careful about the words I use. People who do not want to be part of the positive story, you have a child who sees somebody doing his or her best, contributing, helping to the community, and then somebody else comes along who is much worse as a candidate. And then that person says, no, things will be done in this and that way. That is our problem. That's what we have to solve. And then generations will change quickly. A couple of days ago, I met the UNICEF office director. He's Spanish, I think. They invested in baby incubators in Podgorica. And they said, why don't you introduce this scheme where fathers can attend delivery? No, that's not the way we do things. They just told them, no, this is the way things are done here. That's the best possible solution, and that's the end of the story. So what you are doing is great. I spoke with the UNICEF representative about the need for our people to get educated, to visit some of the top clinics abroad, to be shown, to get some experience. And both of these ideas can work. Other ideas can work as well, but only if the decision makers do not make decisions in a random way. I think that's a major problem, the problem of the ego. And I would stop there. I tend to be very open and frank in my discussions. I've seen many people who want to see progress, but I've encountered numerous obstacles as well when I wanted to invest, and my offer was declined because I did not want to call anyone up. I preferred the formal way. So there have been situations like that where I gave up on some investments. That must not happen in Montenegro. People willing to invest and willing to start something should not be prevented from doing that, whatever their business sector. The community should come first, should come before us as individuals. We did not make something happen because we are very clever. I know that from my own experience. I'm not extremely clever. I'm the dumbest person on the team. There are so many who are better capable of me. but I know that I also contribute to decisions related to the community. I'll be very brief. It seems to me that there's the individual aspect here, where people need to express their entrepreneurial spirit. But what is the socioeconomic system that sees the citizen as a cost rather than a point of profit? What is the psychological setup that sees somebody as a budget spender and not originator of new value? From the perspective of the older generation, mature generation, we have the former country up until 1990 with responsibility and trust. And then from that time to date, no politician has been held accountable for anything. So what kind of message does that send to your students whom you mentioned? No accountability. All of us involved in our private businesses, we are accountable to the people that we hire, and yes, to the law. We are always under scrutiny. Politicians are never held accountable for any of the decisions that they make. And we all want to join politics. Over the past 30 years, all these generations, what did they have in their CVs? What prior experience before political appointment? And that's why you have this whole rush to join political parties, because parties guarantee getting a job. And education is a whole new story. Is there a question? This is the critical issue. Having a well-organized state where there's accountability, where young people know that they have to put in work and be accountable. But this has to come from the top. It has to be a strategy. My concern is that we don't have a strategy for what will come tomorrow, let alone what will come in 10 years' time. And how do we get out of the global crisis? These were all excellent points, but the key point is creating a responsible society that counts on diaspora and all those who should not be leaving the country. Just a brief conclusion. Let me ask the panelists to sum up in a sentence. I come from the diaspora administration of Montenegro, so I felt very hesitant to ask for the floor. I need 2 minutes of your time. I'm sure everyone's tired and ready to have lunch. I became deputy director of diaspora administration and I transferred from private sector. During my term in office, I experienced 2 prime ministers, 2 governments, expecting a third one, 3 managers, expecting a 4th one, a new one, because the current one just got dismissed today. So it's a crazy situation, but I would like to say that in our administration we have 5 staff members and very modest resources available. And I can guarantee that the 5 people work non-stop. And we stopped this revocation of the right to vote that was mentioned earlier. My salary at the administration is lower than what my employees used to earn at my previous company. I have a company in wood processing. The last time I exported to China, when I asked certificate of origin from the Chamber of Economy, the guy there asked me, "Are you really exporting to China?" He asked me 10 times. He could not believe it. So since we are talking about the role of diaspora in economic development, my point is, in my numerous discussions with diaspora, tomorrow I'm leaving for Slovenia, then Switzerland, then Bosnia and Herzegovina, I always offer my business plans that I believe are realistic for advancement in Montenegro. Wood processing, given the shortage of wood in Europe, and you know that crises bring these situations. Russia and Ukraine have a problem exporting wood to the West. And when I tell them that there's shortage and that they could have return on investment within 6 months, I guarantee that if we got into that, we would get rich. So our diaspora unfortunately prefers investing in construction sector. When you propose investing in wood processing, where we have the best raw material, we do not manage to get them interested. So my suggestion is, let's set up a team and start working in this sector here. We have the staff needed, and wood processing has proven to be a success in Montenegro. So just a suggestion to diversify away from construction industry and to invest in production.
Mislim da je vrijeme da polako.
I think it's time to wrap up slowly, starting from our youngest panelist, Ante. Just a couple of sentences to wrap up the discussion. I agree. Less investment in concrete, more investment in production, and more personal accountability and more optimism. None of us would have done anything if we weren't optimistic about the future. The world is getting a better place. Maybe the local circumstances do not suggest that, but people from all countries around the world keep working together and exchanging goods and services. So keep up your work, focus on local and think globally. Given the current 10% inflation and your talk about investment, people from diaspora have savings, so they should be investing rather than losing due to inflation. So what we heard about crisis moments, perhaps this is the time when people who have savings will be ready to invest. And also, as representative of diaspora, we really love this country without any particular interest attached. Just to thank all the participants, all the panelists. It's been a privilege sharing this stage with you. and listening to all your inspiring stories. As an end note, we discussed the importance of sharing experience, and in relation to the diaspora, I think Western Balkans can share success stories or things that did not work out in communication with diaspora. I had the opportunity to meet the representative of the Croatian Ministry for Diaspora, and she said they managed a lot after the ministry was set up, and she was willing to share that experience. So that could help us also in B&H. Perhaps we could consider this, signing new work with diaspora, so we can think about a way to establish links across regional diaspora and replicate some models successfully. Thank you. I think we should all consider, whether we come from the government or from diaspora, that all we do to ourselves. So we should put community first. We should be less involved in politics and more involved in economy. Thank you. I am pleased to have been part of the panel, and I would like the Chamber to keep up the good work and all of us to support them, because they've always led us toward future, and I think we should support their project. Thank you. I have an investment model that I would share with you later on, but my general advice is start from your own backyard. Do what you think is necessary for your community. It will definitely bring about benefits. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure moderating the panel. Thank you all for leading the discussion, and thank you for being patient before lunch break. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Jedan, jedan, 1, 2, 3, 1 test. Nema veze, samo sekund. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1 test. 2, 3, 1 test. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3.
Halo, halo. Se čujemo? Aha, ok, ja sam već uklopljena, tako da... Hoću, važi, dobro, čao, čao. Hoću.
Ladeja, čujemo li se?
Dobro ću planu. Čakaj, kaj je to zdaj? Ja, še je to. Samo štikam tega. Pa, tega bo transparentno.
Ladeja, jeste tu? Ladeja.
Evo mene, evo.
Super, ovo je bio test.
Evo,
Super.
da se vidimo.
Ćao, ćao.
Ćao, evo me. Nisam baš nešto, ali dobro, nekako ćemo.
Vi nas ne možete vidjeti, Ladeja, osim preko YouTube kanala, onako kako sam vam
Da,
poslala.
sad samo da pogledam. Evo, stavila sam si, samo da uzmem telefon, samo malo.
Dobro. Gdje da izgasi zvuk?
Sad sam uzela, ali nije još započelo na YouTube kanalu, je tako?
Ladeja, morate isključiti zvuk na YouTube-u.
Nemam uklopljeno sad.
Zvuk na YouTube-u, je li vam isključen?
Ja mislim da da.
Pa dobro, hvala.
Da, ali na kanalu sad još nije započelo, je li tako? Jer sad imam otvoreno na telefonu.
Još uvijek nije počeo prenos, samo vidite baner sad.
Da, vidim baner, da. A to sam si stavila na telefon, toliko da nemamo sad interakciju između kompjutera. Na kompjuteru sam sa vama, a na telefonu evo. A sad vidim.
Ok.
Ok, važi.
Good afternoon. I know it has been a long day. My name is Srna Sudar. I'm the moderator of this panel, and it is a great honor for me to be here to tackle the topic which is directly and indirectly linked with economic development, which is sustainable development, environmental protection, natural resource management. And with me today, I'm speaking in English because with me today there are people which are not from the Balkan region, so do not speak one of the Balkan languages, and I would like to respect that, and that's why I'm speaking in English. So today with me we have distinguished guests from different organizations that are all contributing not only to on the European level, but also Montenegro's road towards sustainable society and achieving circular economy. So we have today Ladeja Godina Košeš, she's with us online. We have Radovan Nikčević. We have Margit No, Andrea Hogling, Andrea, and Ignacio. I will not pronounce your surname. Chanza, yes. And before going into the panel discussion, I would just like to give a few brief introduction on the topic and on my distinguished guests. So today we heard a lot about economic challenges that globally the societies are facing, and also European Union. But we have to also think about climate change, environmental protection, which are affected by those economic challenges, and the crisis between Russia and Ukraine as well. So in light of the goals the European Union set as a leader when it comes to tackling the climate change crisis, and also some new development that most probably will happen before the COP27, which means that there will be probably the increase of percentage that needs to be decrease of the gases with the effect of the greenhouse effects gases from 55% to even increase that goal. So in light of that, and in light of green agenda and what needs to be done in the future, I would like to call upon my distinguished guests to say a few words from their perspective, from the different actions, partnerships, circular economy, green agenda, some other projects that are and actions that are in place, to tell us what is the road in front of us and what could be good activities with results that will contribute to achieving green agenda. From that point, I will call upon the first distinguished guest, which is Ladea Godina-Koshir. She's the founder and executive director of Circular Change and an expert who supports developing the road to circular economy of Montenegro. And I would like to call Ladea to tell us her experience and based on her knowledge, what are the most important steps and actions to be taken when it comes to circular economy in Montenegro and in the region. Ladea, the floor is yours.
Yeah, warm welcome to everyone. I hope that we can see each other and hear each other. So unfortunately, I cannot be with you due to the COVID. So the crises are here still. COVID crisis, now I have war in Ukraine. As we have heard, it is very much affecting how decision makers are looking towards the decisions that have to be taken also regarding energy and other super important topic now during the winter. And of course, a climate crisis is here as well, and recession is coming. So we can be very pessimistic, but on the other hand, there are always opportunities how to move on. Sada ću samo malo
Now, just a little bit, I will switch to our language just to give you a warm welcome. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you. That will be for the third time live, but I was prevented by COVID. I thank the Chamber of Commerce for the invitation. I just wanted to share it with you in Montenegro language. And
so, Sarna, as you ask, yes, what is actually happening and what can be done on national level in the comparison to what is happening on the European level? Because I'm always wearing two hats, since I'm also the co-chair of European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform in Brussels. And just a week ago, there I got COVID, we met after 2 years and discussed very same topics. So what can we do on the ground as different stakeholders? While on the other hand, of course, European Commission and other, let's say, representatives of the government, of the parliament are taking decisions as well. So first to Montenegro. I've been involved into the process of the preparation of the first circular economy roadmap for Montenegro, and I would really like to thank all the contributors, different stakeholders from Montenegro who were so willing to jump onto this train and in the process, because we've been working on this document together, as I said, with stakeholders, but thanks to the Chamber of Commerce and UNDP and the team of Deloitte, we joined forces there, and we emphasize that it is not only about the document, it is actually about the mobilization of the power that is on the ground. So what we did before we presented the document back in April 2022, so this spring, we really mapped the opportunities that are there for circular transformation in Montenegro. Why is it so important now? Because every and each country is looking for that, how to be more resilient. Now we are even more aware than we were only after COVID crisis. Now with this war, we realize that we really have to count on ourselves. And Montenegro as the country is not only rich in natural resources, sometimes we forget how important they are, but it is also rich in the knowledge and different expertise that might be used right now. So in the roadmap, we somehow connected the dots and we also identified priority areas. But priority areas are so interconnected with everything else that we should never think about them in isolation. So of course, we found tourism as one of the leading forces for the economy in Montenegro, as well as food systems. Nowadays, we see how important it is to understand how our value chains can operate even under very, very, let's say, damaged conditions, like it was during the COVID, and now again, it's coming throughout the war. So to mention them, it was tourism, it was food systems, then we've got forest systems, then we've got manufacturing, and the whole built environment. So that is something what we identified, and from here on we really see the opportunity. Now we are working also on the strategy with the action plan again for Montenegro, and here we will emphasize those actions that should be taken and can be taken in the next 2 years. So maybe to wrap it up, just for the beginning, not to be too long since I'm on video and it's not so powerful as it would be if I were with you. I would like to deliver this message for the discussion. So in this very moment, what can Montenegro do really to rely on itself and to have the relationship with other countries in a way that is aware of its own assets and of its own power. So it's really the time for negotiations and the time for collaboration, true collaboration, but without knowing where we are strong, what we are strong at, and what we can offer to our citizens to maintain well-being, we cannot even then enter into this very, very fragile, I would say, discussions with others. So I believe that this knowledge, this wisdom is there, and I'm looking forward for others also to share their opinion on that and then come back with more inputs when needed. Thank you very much for this first round, and I'm looking forward to listen to others as well.
Thank you, Ladeja, and thank you for pointing out that the mobilization of resources, different type of resources, is needed to tackle this thing, from human resources to economical as well. And I would like now to see what the Serbia is doing regarding green agenda. So let's see how they will mobilize all these resources, and Radovan will tell us more about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Srna. Today I will present some experience from Serbia, unusual for me, who comes from Montenegro, and I'm particularly happy every time when I'm back here to meet many friends from my previous life. My idea for today's intervention is to say a couple of words about the project in Serbia. This is EU for Green Agenda in Serbia. The project is implemented by UNDP team, and I joined this team recently, approximately 2 months ago. So this is pretty new and big initiative in Serbia, designed to somehow enable, facilitate and accelerate the processes of green transition in this country. So the project is funded primarily by the European Union. The Commission provided initially 8 million euros for the 3 years, while in addition to this we received contribution from the government of Switzerland this August in the amount of additional $5 million. In the future we expect additional contribution from the government of Sweden, 1.5 million, and again additional contribution from the government of Switzerland in the amount of 2 million. So in total it will be 16 million euro or dollars to support the green transition in Serbia, which is a significant amount, and maybe it is important to emphasize that really there is big interest to support all these transformative processes. In this concrete case, this is Serbia, but I think there is a really big interest for support in the entire region. Now, how we are supporting, how we are implementing this project. The project is designed in this way to mirror the structure of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. So it has the same 5 pillars like the Green Agenda, and these are decarbonization. This is the main pillar which should contribute to carbon neutrality, which the whole European continent actually wants to achieve by 2050. Then the second pillar is circular economy. The third pillar is depollution, actually fight against pollution, with the focus on air quality, but also it treats pollution of water and soil. Then the fourth component is nature protection and building green infrastructure. And fifth pillar is sustainable food systems and rural development. So this would be about the structure and what we are doing in the project. We have three main avenues of intervention. The first avenue is supporting government of Serbia, primarily government of Serbia, in developing adequate and enabling strategic, legal, but also institutional framework to run all these, the entire green transition which is ahead of us. Just a few examples. Now we are working on preparation of the strategy. It will be the key strategic document in the future. This is strategy on environmental protection. Besides this, we are also developing many legal acts and bylaws. And in the future, we will be also working on developing, on building capacities in various institutions, ministries, agencies, and so on. What I would like also to emphasize today is one specific activity. Actually, this is the second component of our project, and this is direct support to certain projects in the area of green transition. So we are supporting various companies from private sectors, from public sector, from academia, small and medium-sized enterprises, and many others, to implement projects which somehow contribute to climate change mitigation, to circular economy, and so on. The model is simple. We do this through specific instrument which we call challenge calls, and this is kind of public calls where we invite all interested parties to submit their project ideas. At the moment of submission, these ideas do not have to be well developed, just they have to have kind of innovative component. And so far we launched four challenge calls. The first one was for decarbonization. The second one was designed for circular economy. Then we had one challenge call for air quality and one for afforestation. In all these four challenge calls, we received approximately 140 applications. And in the first round of selection, we identified more than 80 project ideas which entered the second stage. The second stage is called acceleration, and in this process, in this phase, we are working. Actually, all these teams receive mentors and expert support in order to further develop these ideas until the certain stage of maturity where these ideas will become, let's say, mature, bankable and implementable projects. At the final stages of the acceleration, we are going to identify a couple of, let's say, most promising projects which we will co-finance, which will receive financial contribution from the UNDP side. So we are planning to support approximately 20 projects in total with 1.3 million euro, and this process will be hopefully finalized by the end of the year, and we will try to identify, as I said, approximately 20 projects which will have the highest not only environmental but also social and of course economic benefits for the Serbian society. When I say that the economic benefits, this is also important because the entire Green Deal and the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans is actually the strategy for economic development through sustainable and following sustainable approach. So that would be briefly about the project. From my side, maybe I would stop here, but would really like to participate in discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Rado. And I think this gives us the picture of complexity and interconnectedness of different sectors when it comes to achieving a green agenda. Before giving a floor to Margit, and on the margin of the side event that we had just before this panel, I would like to know more about partnerships and their benefits in reaching or contributing to reaching Green Agenda Sustainable Development. So I would give the floor now to Andrea. She's the head of the Division for European International Programs at the Austrian Research and Promotion Agency, to tell us more about the EU missions and the partnerships that are needed for successful implementation of actions and policies. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll start with the missions and then I'll hand over to Margit on the partnerships. Thank you much. Yeah, the EU missions, I think, I don't know, we are such a small group. I would really like to start with a question. Who is already aware about the 5 EU missions? Just raise your hand so that they get an overview and that they know where to start. Sonja, okay. Elke, yeah, okay. Oh, I see some hands, yeah, okay, but I'll try to make it brief and I start a bit earlier than with Horizon Europe, where the missions are one of the main instruments in aiming on to contribute to solving some of the grand societal challenges. I mean, it was within the last financial framework for the European Union, where the main goal was set that the European Union should be the first climate neutral continent by 2050 in the world. I mean, that's really a high aim and a high goal, and we all know how important it is that we do something against climate change. I think we all enjoy the weather outside. It's fine that being so warm, but if we really know that it has something to do with climate change, that it is still so warm at that time, it makes also a bit anxious, I think. So, and I think with this big goal, being the first climate neutral continent, the Commission started, of course, the establishment and the kick-off of some really huge and big initiatives. And we know now with the current geopolitical situation how important some of these initiatives were also from, not only from the viewpoint of research and innovation, but for example, I don't know, energy autonomy, how important is this under the current circumstances. And within the financial framework of the European Commission, you know, for research and innovation, the most important and really one of the biggest research and innovation funding programs, one of the biggest programs of the world, is Horizon Europe. It has more than 90 billion euros for the next 7 years, from 2021 to 2027. And within this Horizon Europe program, 5 missions are identified. And you know, there's a mission on cancer, there's a mission on waters and oceans, there's a mission on cities, and there's a mission on soil and climate adaptation. Maybe you're all familiar with the mission of climate neutral city, because Podgorica is also one of the 100 cities chosen by the European Commission and chosen by call who should be supported as first 100 climate neutral cities all over Europe. And what are missions? Missions are really something new. Missions are not only research and innovation related. Missions have clearly formulated goals. They are usually broad and they have transformative nature. And that means the goal of a mission can't be achieved only by research and innovation. For example, let's talk about the water and ocean mission. I think the concrete goal is improving the health and the restoration of European oceans and waters by 70%. And of course, there's research and innovation needed to better understand the marine ecosystems and so on and so on. But we need also really clear innovations how to get out the plastic out of the seas. And of course, we need social research and we need citizens' engagement, because we all have to change our behavior and our awareness how to use water, how to behave when we're at the coast side. So really, it needs different policy areas are addressed by a mission, and also different research fields. And that means it's really, the challenge thing is really that we need a completely new mode of working, because usually we are all of us are used to work. I'm a research manager. I know how to manage and how to set up a research and innovation program. I'm used what I have to do as national contact point for Horizon Europe and so on. But when I'm responsible for a mission, I have to think, okay, I have now to work with the Ministry of Agriculture because we need a new regulation, or I need someone who really has an excellent expertise how to involve or how to mobilize citizens' engagement because I need more awareness, or we need a new education program so that we really can start educate our kids in a different way or something like that. So it's really very complex. And now I'm coming, and the next layer is really what is the Commission doing and the project I'm working for. And I think, and the Commission, of course, there's a mission work program, and maybe some of you are already involved in a call or in a topic or in a successful project related to the European missions. But it's also clear that there are new governance models are necessary if we really want to use this transformative strength and if we really start this transformation process. And so the Commission called on to the member states and to also to neighboring countries, come on, start also your national governance processes and implementation processes for the goals of the 5-year mission, because of course they can't be achieved by the European Commission if the member states and all other European countries don't put their forces into the missions, then nothing will happen, or too less will happen at least. So, and TRAMI, that's the project I'm involved. TRAMI means Transnational Mission Approach. It's really about supporting all countries at European level who are interested in the European missions, or doing something at national or regional level in relation or towards the defined missions. Then TRAMI is your facilitator and your support structure. I mean, that doesn't mean that the experts and the 20 partners from 16 different European countries are the best experts ever. No, but what we really try is to offer space and room for mutual learning, for exchange. We, for example, different countries and different regions have already set up national governance structures for the implementation of missions, and what we do is really we offer and we design the room, and really we do that physically but also online, so that people from regions, from ministries can come together and share their experiences in a very trustful area. So that's and they do not only share their experiences but also their challenges, and that's the main offer of TRAMI. And if you take a look on our website, it's trami5missions.eu. You will easily find it, but I can also provide the link to all of those who are interested in. You will find, for example, a European Mission Network where you can register for, and that means the European Mission Network, we want to create a community of practice, and it's not only, and as I've already said, we really want to reach out to research and innovation actors, to civil society organizations, to universities, to governmental actors, and so on, who want to be engaged in this mission approach, and we will continuously offer mutual learnings on specific issues. For example, we had now the first mutual learning with the European Network ERIN. That's the European network on regions all over Europe, to share the first experiences in this mission approach. So that's a bit TRAMI. Most of our partners are agencies, research and innovation agencies, as I'm working for, and I think it's really very interesting because, and we have discussed it earlier in the afternoon, that we of course look all with this research and innovation glasses and lenses on the European missions, and we always see how much research and innovation endeavors are still necessary. But if we talk, for example, with the regions, or if we talk with civil society organizations, then they show us and then they mirror us really completely different needs and approaches. And bringing these different views together and really moving something towards the goals of the missions. That's our aim within DRAMI, and I would be happy if you join us and if I see you online on one of our next European Mission Network meetings. And there will be a big European Mission Forum on the 25th of January. It will be also an online event where we bring together actors from the European Commission, two regions all over Europe who have already started the implementation of the missions, and it's also easy to participate online. So I'm happy to share further information. Just write me an email, or I'm looking forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for presenting EU missions. And EU missions are developed and will be implemented to have tangible, concrete results supporting the green agenda and climate change goals that the European Union set. Cities, urban areas are a big focus of the European missions, and now we will see how sustainability on the local level, city level, urban level is tackled through Margit Knoll, as a CEO of the European Partnership Driving Urban Transition, will tell us more about that partnership and how they contribute to the missions and to sustainability on the urban local level.
Thank you. Yes, and I think it's very good to just pick up from the missions perspective, as they clearly, as Andrea was pointing out, they tackle really essential challenges that we have, right? And the European Commission has started to frame them and be very ambitious in the goals that they have laid out towards our climate neutrality as a continent, but also in these specific missions that should help us to get there. At the same time, the European Commission is putting effort in some of these cases and does whatever they can do, but it will require all hands on deck. We will need all the resources needed on all the levels, not only on the European scale, but also on the national perspective. And that brings us to the partnerships as an improved mechanism that is in place for the new framework, in a way that countries are given the opportunity to team up and join forces in a longer-term research and innovation program that is co-funded by the national authorities and the European Commission. So with that, it replaces a couple of other more short-term oriented instruments and mechanisms that were there before over many, many years. Now there is a much more strategic approach and a quite high-level policy approach to design these partnerships on a level that allows these member states to negotiate and prepare long-term research and innovation programs that have an impact on different policy levels. So in the green transition context, there are two partnerships that I would like to mention. One is the Driving Urban Transition one that I'm co-coordinating and on behalf of the ministry and managing, which looks into the urban context and complements, if you will, the cities mission that there is, trying to support cities and create evidence, build the capacities in the cities, with the cities, to drive this transformation that is urgently needed. There is another one, that's the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, which focuses very much on the energy context in a very essential one, given the situation that we're all in, to transform this in tackling various energy technology related aspects, from heating and cooling up to power technologies, integration in the built environment. So many aspects that are addressed in this partnership, and both are run and coordinated by Austria. For both partnerships we have 28 or 32 countries engaging, so a very large number of European countries, not only the members of the European Union, but European countries that are joining forces and that are co-investing in these partnerships to drive research and innovation and turn that into policy-relevant outcomes. So exploring a bit further the context of the Driving Urban Transition Partnership, it is building upon a long-term program already that is up and running for more than 10 years, that has launched many calls and that is focusing a lot on the city's needs. I think that's what makes it relevant also for the city's mission. It's not a research program that is driven by the researchers, but it is driven by the needs of a city in order to ensure that the research that we are financing has an impact, a local impact in our cities. So these new formats that Andrea was also mentioning, they are really essential. We need to find now new frameworks for research and innovation investments that are able to bring all these actors together. It is not only about a traditional research project, it is about a co-creation, a cooperation of all the actors from business and civil society, local initiatives, city administration, infrastructure providers, you name it. They all need to team up with research to address issues that matter for the cities in the first place. And that requires not only an investment in these joint calls where cities pull in their money based on their national priorities and their national strategies and programs, but that there is a comprehensive program management behind that works with the projects, that tries to turn that into policy relevant output, that tries to create guidelines and references and cases that other cities and other actors can build upon. So these partnerships really create a frame for countries to engage and join and co-invest. But that it's an invitation, of course, also to all Western Balkan countries to investigate under what circumstances a cooperation could be possible. Both partnerships that I mentioned are very open towards bringing in new partners and members, but it's also an invitation to the cities and the research and innovation communities, as it's not only about the funded projects, but a lot also about this community building, this reflection on research results, this translation of output into the local context. So there are many opportunities for actors that are engaged in urban transitions, in sustainable urban development in a wider sense, to be part of these partnerships and engage in different formats and in different opportunities. Of course, the highest benefit, I would believe, is when there is a national contribution, if there is a national decision taken. We want to engage, we want to bring in our funding agencies, our ministries, not only those that provide the funding for research and innovation, but also those that are addressing urban policy making, so that there is a new cooperation in the country and with other partners in other countries to really make this future happen.
Thank you, Margit. And what I'm taking from this first panelist is that we need technology for circular economy, green agenda, we need cooperation, we need partnership, but we also need system innovation. And for that, Ignacio will tell us more about European Innovation Institute, or European Institute for Innovation, and the system innovation that the European Union is putting into tackling climate change. So Ignacio, the floor is yours.
Yes. So thank you very much, first of all, to the Chamber of Commerce for the invitation. It's a pleasure. And let me take some advantage, as I already heard all of you. I was hearing stakeholders, I was hearing connection, interconnection, I was hearing transformation, I was hearing different perspective, co-creation, ideation, and own assets. I will highlight these words. So I will try to explain you what EIT is and what are the kicks and what is our approach. I hope the coffee worked. I know that we don't have anesthesia, which are the PowerPoints, you know, so it's a little bit, you know, that you are a little bit tired because it's already 5 o'clock. So I will be a little bit provocative, okay? So this discussion, we are talking on a smart and green future, okay? Why? Why we are talking about this? Because we really need to think about the way we consume, we produce, we move, and we buy, okay? Think, for instance, how you measure your quality of life. Yesterday, during the networking, I was having different conversations, and in one of them, the girl, or the guy, I'm not going to say who, but was telling me, well, I have 4 televisions. And it was like, okay, great, 4 TVs. So is this measuring your quality of life, for instance? Do you need 4 TVs, or maybe 2 is more than enough? We can think the same with cars, for instance, right? So I will tell you some facts before explaining EIT and the kicks, okay? So fossil fuels will run out in 40 years for the crude oil, 60 years for natural gas, and in 120 years for the coal. What does it mean? So we need a process that is called cathogenesis, okay? And it needs heat, pressure, and time. Time, that's the important point here. Why? Because the time, thinking about an average of sedimentation of 50 meters deep, we will need 60 million years for dead animal to become hydrocarbons. 60 million years, imagine. So I think that we agree that we are in a climate emergency, right? So the climate emergency is here, and the demand is growing for climate action with unprecedented scale and urgency. And this is why the EIT created the KICS. So the EIT is the European Institute of Technology and Innovation, and this was created by the European Commission with a mission. The mission is to generate impact. Why? Because they want to reduce what the papers, the research papers, okay, are putting into the market to generate impact. So the EIT, the European Institute of Technology and Innovation, create the KICS. KICS is the acronym of Knowledge Innovation Community. And it has the same model as the MIT. So large partnerships having what is called the knowledge triangle of innovation, putting together the research, the companies, and the academia, okay? And also putting the public, okay, authorities in there, because at the end, policy is necessary. So yesterday, for instance, the IPCC, which is the interpanel of climate change with scientifics and experts, they are talking about 2.5 degrees increase. In the Paris Agreement in COP21, we were thinking about more than 2 degrees will be, you know, very bad. Not for the planet, but for us, because the planet will continue. But we, you know, cannot live with 2 more degrees. I think that this is something that we really need to think about, because the increasing of the sea level of 10 centimeters or 1 centimeter, maybe only 1 centimeter, this will go to earthquakes, this will go to, you know, changing the way we are fishing, we won't have the same species, etc. So it's important here, as you commented before, that in order to do all those changes, we need all aspects of the society. So we really need a deep transformation, a transition in the energy sector, in the land, in the urban, and in the infrastructure and industrial area, okay? And here it comes systems. Why systems? Because we are currently living in a system. Everything is interconnected. The actions that we are taking in one part of the world will go to another part of the world in another shape. So everything is interconnected, as you were mentioned before. So what is the vision of Climate Kick, which is the knowledge innovation community working in climate change? Okay, so we want to create a prosperous, inclusive, and climate resilient society with a circular net zero emissions economy. Okay, this is almost paraphrasing what the introductory speech from the OECD was telling at the end of the speech, right? So hope you have this prosperous, inclusive, and climate resilient society, right? So climate change, I mean, this is very, very broad. So where to focus on system innovation on climate change? We have been analyzing where are the highest emissions. That's why we are working on cities, and this includes energy, this includes retrofitting, this includes nature-based solutions. We work in land use, okay? This is about carbon sinks, regenerative agriculture and water, and we work in the industry as well, coal and mining, heavy industries, and the circular economy approach. So as you can see here, innovation is essential, but not the innovation that we have been doing, in the past. We realized this after 10 years. We have been created in 2008, and after supporting many different startups, and later I will tell you the number, but the startups, innovation projects, education participants, etc., we realized that we don't have the scale and the speed in order to decarbonize the planet, okay? So we really need a new model to catalyze this systemic change. We need connected innovations, so we cannot work on siloed projects that are covering just a small part of the whole picture. We need to act simultaneously, okay, with those innovations. We need to act on multiple levels of change, and we really want to transform all the places or the cities, sectors, and the whole value chain. As we were having the conversation, I mean, it's not about food, it's about logistics, it's about consume something that you are growing, it's about seasonal food, it's about many, many things that are all around. So when I say levels of change, I mean that we really need to act on different parts of the system. For instance, behavior. This is about our mindset. New business models. This is where startups come here with new innovations. Education and skills. These are the capacities. New models of funding and finance. They are needed, even for the startups. We have a scheme that if you multiply by 6 in the next 3 years, I will invest. If I have venture capital. No, we need patience capital, okay? Long-term capital, because this is something for the well-being of the human beings. It's not only for one company, right? We need the citizen participation, so crucial, okay? The social implication. And we need technology. And I put technology in the last point, because technology, we have plenty of technologies. We have to deploy them. But maybe there is not a demand already created to absorb the technology. So don't think only about the technology. Think about many other aspects, okay, of the game. So as I tell you, and I think this is important, when we are thinking about a new business model, a new project, etc., let's change the way we think with this system innovation. Let's go from incremental to transformational. And what does it mean? Project finance model should be a portfolio finance model, so everything is interconnected, okay? The single project and incremental change should be a portfolio of connected innovation projects, okay, learning one from each other. And it means that this project plus this project will be equal of 3 or 4 projects with the same level of funding. And the last one is about the siloed activities and fragmented activities that are focused only on technological things. We really need to make a wide appreciation of all the change levers, okay? Of course, this is more than a complex thing, okay? So how we do it? What is our approach? We work with what we call deep demonstrations, okay? Deep demonstrations is a methodology that we are applying, for instance, in Slovenia, in order to transform Slovenia, okay, in the model that they want to be. And what does it mean? So, first of all, we need to have a shared vision, and this is the intent. What is the vision for us? And when I say us, are the key stakeholders that should be embedded into this thinking. So this is the society, these are the inhabitants, these are the banks, these are the big companies, this is the public government, these are everything, every stakeholder, okay, should be in there. So once you have the shared vision, it's perfect, because during your journey, you will have some successes, but you will fail as well. So you are sharing this success and the failures as well. Later, we need to analyze the position. And the position, well, in the vision, is that you are imagining, think about Montenegro in 50 years. How do you want to imagine Montenegro? If you want to work in the tourism, what about the tourism, okay? What kind of tourism I would like? And there is when you start to make this type of connections and innovations, okay? Later, the position. The position is, what will be the different intervention strategies in the whole thing? I mean, tourism is because the air quality, okay? Because everything is connected, remember. So the tourists will try more cars, air pollution, okay? New roads. We can put some natural-based solution into the roads, so we have drainage system, for instance, for the water coming from the rain. So at the end is to think about what will be the position. Later, we need to orchestrate this portfolio. So what projects, what innovation, what experiments are fitting into this portfolio in order to make a consolidated block. And later we have one of the most important things and transversal ones, which is the sense-making, learnings, how to learn from each other. The work we are doing in circular economy in Slovenia, for instance, could be more, well, easier, you know, export to another country. And I wouldn't say it easy, but a little bit easier than it was before. Of course, to do that, and I'm going just to take 2 more minutes, okay? Of course, we have innovation assets because we have the innovation programs, we have the entrepreneurship programs, and we have education programs, okay? We are partnering, for instance, with Google, Facebook, or Amazon in order to funnel their different startups when, well, they have some money, some funding in order to take these startups as well for the businesses. Okay, I'm talking about that in Climate Kick, there is a community of around 450 partners. Okay, we have leveraging more than 4 billion funding. We have supporting 1,800 startups. Okay, we have created 10,000 jobs. We had, well, at this moment, 55,000 participants, and we have launched into the market more than 600 different innovation products or services, okay? We're acting in more than 13 cities, active in around 40 countries, and we have more than 2,000 organizations we are working for. Because, of course, we cannot do this by ourselves. We need the whole community, the stakeholders, etc., in order to transform. And you can really think about the amount of millions that Montenegro will need if they need, and they will, to transform. And I talk about Slovenia, I can talk about Madrid. Madrid, well, it's not quite similar as Montenegro, but it's similar in the way that we have been working in Madrid because they have very bad air quality. You know that you have in Montenegro bad air quality, not here in the marvelous Budva, but if you go to Podgorica and to the other 2 major cities, the air pollution is a problem. You have a bad air quality. And this is for the population, and it's also bad for the nature, okay? Why? Because of the heavy traffic, okay? And because of the domestic heating. You are putting the domestic heatings, you know, when the winter comes. It's normal, okay? But what's the meaning of this? The meaning of this is premature deaths, more hospitalizations, and other health impacts. And this is about money. At the end, this is an economy forum, and this is about money. Okay? So I was searching some data for you regarding the touring, for instance. So the touring has increased the road traffic. Okay? Why not innovate on this? Okay? And I will leave it here. I hope I was a little bit provocative for you, just to keep the mood.
I will be now, don't worry. Now hearing all of this and facing with all the efforts the European Union is putting into tackling the climate change crisis and environmental protection, we are still facing the problems with reaching the goals that have been set, and maybe they will be changing now. And we are here at the Economic Forum. I would like to hear from you the thoughts on what economic sectors should Montenegro, Western Balkan, and generally would be in focus in order to reach, or to at least support reaching a green agenda and a circular economy. So that's what I would like to hear from you, the panelists. And I don't know whether Ladea is with us online. Ladea? Did you hear my question? Maybe I will start with you. What economic sectors do you think should be in focus of the countries, Montenegro and the region and European Union, in the face of challenges that we are facing when it comes to the resources, the energy, lack of energy resources, natural resources, the NDC contribution, which are not meeting the Paris Agreement? So which economic sector would be in focus for circular economy of, that you think that should be? Did you hear? Maybe she didn't hear. Okay, so let's start. Radovan, do you want to start?
Okay, meantime, maybe I can provide some thoughts, share my thoughts. Talking about sector, I think that the energy sector is absolutely number one, in which requires serious transformation, not only in Montenegro, not only in Serbia, but in the whole region.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
The best morning routine.
We hear you now. Did you hear my question?
Are we there? Okay. I don't know whether we have the contact or not.
We are hearing you. Did you hear my question? Never mind. Radovan, can you continue, please?
Okay, I tried to fill in the gap and just to continue. Okay, maybe we'll adjust to Ladea's technical equipment. Okay, talking about the sector, I would say, of course, absolutely the energy sector is the one which has to be seriously transformed in the future. Transport sector is the second one, because both of them are contributing about 80% in terms of greenhouse gases emission, and there is a huge potential to really address not only climate but also environmental pollution with transforming these two sectors. Then waste management is I would say the third one, because the huge potential lies in this sector. On one side also to reduce pollution, but on the other side is to ensure energy production for this sector. And the fourth thing I would like to emphasize is that, generally speaking, there is a huge potential in the public sector in the Western Balkans to ensure energy savings, particularly. My experience from Montenegro, from my previous life, when I was working and supporting some municipalities in introducing energy management, that I was also working this when I was in RCC in Sarajevo from previous years. And also we are now supporting Serbian municipalities in these green transition processes. And due to these obsolete management systems in municipalities, there is really, this is unfortunately good field for relentless use of not only energy but all resources in the public sector. And I think this is something what we should tackle at the first place.
Does anyone of my other panelists want to contribute?
Yes, I can do. I mean, shame on me, but I'm not so familiar with the Montenegrinian economic situation, but I was really happy to hear today that there's a newly established research and innovation fund, and I think investing and using research and innovation and strengthening science-business cooperation, that's always extremely important for every country, because that brings new ideas, that brings brighter minds, that brings new ideas on the table. And I think in addition, I would say join European initiative as far as it is possible, like as Margaret has mentioned, driving urban transition, or also other initiatives, because I think what my experience is really that bringing people together, and if there's only a little money available, but if they start cooperating and co-designing programs and solutions, that has such a power and such a transformative strength. And so I think I would really recommend you, and I know there are so many problems in all European countries, but don't stop or even invest more in research and innovation at universitarian level, at business level, and in joining forces between science and businesses. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to echo a bit what you said previously in terms of the main areas, coming from the point of urban development and the city's perspective. What we learned and what we also prioritize in our program and elaborated together with many cities in Europe is the energy transition is quite obvious and gets more important every day. It connects, of course, to the mobility transition, but not only because mobility requires energy to be run, but also in terms how we use our public spaces, right? How we deal with the car issue that was mentioned also previously. So we need to come to an entirely new understanding of how we see and realize mobility and by what means we're doing that. So there is a lot of improvement besides getting that more energy efficient. And thirdly, it's the circularity in terms of the resource use that we build our economy upon, how we reuse and redesign our economic principles and models in a city, but of course also beyond that. And so these are also the three main priorities that we're addressing in our program, and they clearly provide entry points. They are highly interconnected, of course, but they provide entry points for innovators, for cities to act and to start working along a more sustainable transitions and pathways. The issue of public sector innovation, I would like to highlight that as well, as it's not only that we need the businesses and the ideas and innovations to get them this transition going. It is the way how we are able to take use of these new technologies and solutions, and that requires that the public sector, in the urban context, the city administration itself, is able to deal with that, to understand and anticipate the potentials, or put them in the context of their own urban development schemes. So this innovation, how a city is developed, how it is run, how it is open for more participatory approaches, that it's not a control scheme, but a management and moderation scheme in some cases even. These are essential transformation processes on the side of public authorities and the governance levels. And all together, I think, has then the potential to gradually bring us towards the sustainable futures.
Thank you, Margit. Ignacio, before I give you the floor, I think Ladea is now with us.
Issues. Yeah, I've heard the question, and I enjoyed very much the discussion or the presentations you've got before. And maybe just to wrap up it a little bit, since I'm from Slovenia, and Slovenia has been mentioned several times by Ignacio, as well as Radovan mentioned it. So actually with Circular Change, we've been engaged and are engaged in most of the projects that have been mentioned. So in Serbia, we also co-created the Circular Economy Roadmap. And what I'm particularly proud of and happy about is what Radovan explained, how they're approaching on this systemic level. Because it's, as I said, it's not about documents. It's not about just identifying priority areas. It's about the whole process, how to make change happen. So I really like the presentation of Serbia. And back to Ignacio and Climate Kick, we are experiencing this transformation now and this systemic approach, and also, as he nicely described, this sense making that is happening in Slovenia. And my message here would be that we really have everything what is needed regarding the documents, the guidelines, and so on. So regulation is still not there. So one thing is really to align the legislation in Western Balkans with the EU legislation, and also EU legislation is still promoting some new, let's say, incentives also for empowering this circular economy transformation. So that is one thing. The other is, I will refer again to Radovan, what he mentioned, is this public sector. We have and cities, and Slovenia with 3 cities is also in the program of again Climate Kick initiative of climate neutral cities to become until 2030. So it's just around the corner. And cities have a lot of good practices, and this collaboration between mayors, between citizens and other stakeholders can bring a lot to the table. And the third message would be that here in Western Balkans, we used to collaborate before everything bad what happened during our war and so on. So there is still this sense of collaboration, sense of community. And I always emphasize that we don't have language barrier. We do understand values much better. So before, as Ignacio mentioned, why having 4 cars if you can have 2? Maybe not having a car at all. But this would be so radical for Western Balkans because, for example, car is still the status symbol. So not having a car means, oh, you cannot afford a car. It doesn't mean you're so sensitive and so environmental friendly that you're not using that, and so on and so on. So my message here would be, we have the priority areas, we have also the challenges that we share with Europe and with the planet as such. So what we need is really to be very pragmatic. And here, sometimes at the events like this, I really feel that we are all aligned, but we are in the bubble. And we should know that we are part of one bubble, the positive one, hopefully, the circular one, the sustainable one, but still we are in a bubble. And therefore, to bring this topic down to the earth and really to enable and engage all those stakeholders that can contribute to the projects that have been so nicely presented during this panel. So really to work one-on-one and to say, okay, what can you contribute? How much money you need? Really, really to be very pragmatic. And then we can create the projects that can rise for more money and can make a significant change. So that is what I would highly recommend, really to take a look what we have on the city level, on the national level or elsewhere, and then connect these dots in the way that each stakeholder knows where is his or her entry point. Not to be lost or puzzled with all the regulation, with all the opportunities, with all the financial instruments, but for a small, let's say for SME or for NGO or even for small cities, it is sometimes really, really complicated to get into the process. They're willing to, they have knowledge, they also have some good practices, but they don't know how to start. So if this can be the outcome of this panel as well, that we encourage them to approach and to find this entry point for them, that would be a great contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ladea. And last but not the least, again, Ignacio.
Yeah. So, yeah, just for complementing this, Ladea, and for the people to understand, I mean, the work in Slovenia, we are talking about putting together different funds from 9 different ministries. And this is about changing the way they operate, changing the governance, okay, and somehow about merging fundings, okay. Well, we just unlocked a few more millions because, of course, we are talking about public institutions. You are talking about public money, and the public money, the civil servants, the politicians, they need to show to the society, to the inhabitants, where the money is going. That's why they should be involved, you know, with this engagement to take their position, their decisions, and to, I mean, to decide in the place that they want to live in the future. And coming to the question, I would say, once we have a common vision about the place where we want to live, we will go for the sectors. Of course, at this point, I saw that Montenegro, you are working a lot in aluminium. Aluminium is very bad. I mean, it's 4 of the biggest emitters, right, in CO2 emissions. I mean, aluminium, you have steel, you know, but aluminium in this case. So, I mean, you know that this is going to be over during the next years. We are working with something like this with coal mines in Lower Silesia, and this is about making a deep listening about why they think it's good to work in the coal mine. And I will tell you very brief something that was mentioned there. young people, they want to work in the coal mine. Maybe it's similar like here. You know why? Because they see people with 40 years old that they have money, they have a very good car, and they can do whatever they want. But they don't know the picture of their lungs, for instance. Okay? And they don't know that these people is going to live 10, 15 years less than the people that is not working on mines, okay? And this is the complexity, how we can change and transform the GDP, how to retain and maintain the same GDP for a country, but with a total different view, with a total different economy based on something else that is not, something like aluminum in this case, coal mines, etc. Because there are plenty of new initiatives, and this opens as well the new business models, new startups, new entrepreneurs, etc., and this creates, the country. Yeah.
Thank you. If we don't have a question from the audience, and I will ask whether we have someone. I would also would like to ask another question, to tackle this thing from another point. We agree, and there is a framework and policies for this green transition, the change that is needed. Industry as well as administration, governments need expertise. This needs reskilling and upscaling of the workforce in order to have the technologies, to have the innovation. Do we have expertise? How we can capitalize on existing one throughout Europe? So this would be my question for you to share with the audience your thoughts about that. Radovan, do you want to start first, or I will start with Ladea again? Ladea, are you with us? To give her a chance to be the first one this time?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, knowledge is an issue, and within Climate Kick we are discussing this very often because they're also trying to help us here in Slovenia to get to the knowledge that is needed for these new jobs. But on the other hand, with the old mindset, we cannot create new knowledge. And we have, according to our experiences, we have two challenges. One is that we are too slow here as well, throughout the whole vertical, educational one, to integrate new subjects, new topics, new knowledge, because it takes so much time before you make a new curriculum. So therefore, we have to be agile and really to have formats like, I don't know, webinars, summer school, and so on. So that is one thing. And the other is particularly true for, let's say, Western Balkans, that for circular economy, we need both. We need highly skilled people, but we need very handy people. And here we were used to repair, reuse, refurbish. So this knowledge, this craftsmanship is still very much present. And it did not have value in the past. So this is the second challenge, how to give value to these handy people and also to take care that we will have enough of them in our, let's say, countries. So we are facing already brain drain, but what we are seeing now is that also handy people are very much needed elsewhere. So this is a threat as well that we will lose this potential as well. So the challenge is, of course, how to create new knowledge, but also how to mobilize the knowledge that is there, even that one that is not so, I would say, that does not need so much highly educated people, but more expertise. So we can discuss a lot, but I would just like to highlight both points because they are both equally important.
Thank you, Ladea. And Ignacia, I will now would like to give floor to you because you are presenting the knowledge innovation community. So from that point and sharing the knowledge or building up skilled workforce in the future for green transition, what would you tell us about your thoughts about this?
Well, in fact, this is a crucial part. From the education, we have many different programs, okay? And it's also important what we call capacity building, okay? Capacity building at the end is in the core of the process. We know that, and I'm from Spain, so in Spain the absorption of the European funds is not great, okay? But it's not great. I remember I was in Romania explaining this like in 2013, and it was like around 20% absorption. And when you go and scratch a little bit and go deeper, you understand why. Because, well, salaries is one point. I'm not going to sign a contract with worth 2,000 billion for a construction of a bridge if I'm not well paid as a ministry. That's one reason. The another reason is that they don't have the technical expertise inside the public administration in order to fight, I would say, with all the bureaucracy. Because at the end, this is public funding, okay, and you really need to show all the KPI reporting, etc., and it's not that easy, right? So we do capacity building. In fact, one of the projects that we have in the Western Balkans is circular economy beacons, where the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro is involved, okay? So one of the work packages, one of the actions of this project is about capacity building, okay? We have also different courses, education courses, like train the trainers. So at the end, who's going to train you in order for you to teach and to train the others? And this is about circularity as well from the educational point of view, right? But this is crucial, it's important. This capacity building, normally for the civil servants, if they don't have this, we are you know, over. The game is over because we cannot continue, you know.
Thank you. Radovan would like to say something, and I will then give floor to Andrea and Margit.
Okay, just to try to answer your question about expertise, do we have? I would say it is never enough expertise, particularly in our countries in Western Balkans. We have to do more on this to develop adequate educational system to be able to answer to new challenges regarding the creation of new jobs and for this green transformation which is ahead of us. That would be just a short, brief reply to your question. Also, I would like to follow up on what Margit just said about the transport sector and what Ladea also mentioned about climate neutral cities, also related to the transport sector. I think it is very important for all of us to change not only transport system but our paradigm towards using transport, using vehicles. For example, particularly in Montenegro, in Serbia, in all our countries, we are used to drive our private cars. And this is kind of, we treat it as a privilege, but in fact, having developed train system, having developed urban transport is privilege of modern and well-developed, rich societies. I think this is something what we in the region desperately need. And the third point of my intervention, because I think we are closing with this, is what Ignacio mentioned, technologies. We have technologies, and that's true. But we also didn't develop many other systems. Actually, there is big delay if we compare the Western Balkan countries with the European Union in developing various systems, in transposing and translating legislative framework. Just I will give you an example, which is related to energy labeling of appliances, for example. So there is technology. We have modern A-class devices. We can buy, for example, I can buy new refrigerator, which is A++ class. But we didn't develop adequate system in terms of what we are going to do with the old ones. What I will do, I will take the old refrigerator, bring old refrigerator to my weekend house, for example, and on this way the energy consumption will not decrease. Actually, it will increase. This is one option. The second option is that I will throw this refrigerator and it will end up on the landfill, because we didn't develop systems for treating these electronic and electrical equipment waste. So in both cases, we will have problems. So my point is that we, in parallel with developing technologies, we have to develop other systems to, in this particular case, to treat waste. Thank you.
Andrea?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more what is already said here. I mean, we need really completely more sustainable systems. And I think it was also really, and I really liked your sentence that we never do have enough expertise and experts on board, and I think it was really, and also what Martina has mentioned with this handed people on the one side and the experts on the other side, I think both, it's really necessary. It was mentioned before, and I think that's also really still an important issue, that's this point drain from the Western Balkan countries, and I think we need really a much stronger brain circulation in Europe and beyond, and I think that should be also an issue. I think that's now highly on the European research agenda, on the European Research Area agenda, and I think that's really something where we have really worked together, so really to have a sustainable exchange between expertises, people's educational systems and so on. And just one short story, I talked with the Swedish colleagues, and we know, but as the Swedish agency, they have also worked on their own food mission. For example, they said, okay, we want to eat more regional produced products and so on, and we do not want to import so many food from other countries. And then they discussed, where should we start on this food mission? And then they have decided they start at the kindergarten, because that are the society of the future, and they need to change their mindsets, how to deal with food, what to eat, how to go. And I thought, hey, what great example. Of course, they involved then all farmers in the regions and so on, and the food industry and so on. But I really like to say, okay, what is our main target group? And that's are the kindergartens, because that's the next society. And I think that's also an important issue in this regard. So how we deal with future systems, what expertise do we need, and how we involve the society in this whole transformative process. Thank you.
Margaret.
Yeah, to add, yes, the capacity building is really essential, but it's also about the kind of expertise that we need, and we may need a different kind of education and different kind of expertise in order to manage these complex processes. Right? So taking again the examples of cities and city administration, to manage these entirely complex transitions in all these sectors, in all these areas. You can't do that by just focusing on one or the other and the next one individually, but you need a team that understands the complexity and manages the interrelationships, and that in a highly participatory way, perhaps, right? Engaging the citizens and the residents in new forms than we did so far. So this expertise that is needed on the side of policymakers and public sector is essential, and this requires really a new kind of expertise, how to manage this complexity and how to cooperate across the different sectors. The same goes with research. It's not only a matter of innovating in the specific disciplines and areas, but it is by unlocking the full potential, by bringing the engineers together with social scientists and anyone else, so that they can be inspired, and that it's not only a linear process of a technology to be developed and then perhaps turned into something that is useful for a person, an end user, but that the needs and the behavior and the requirements are considered right from the start in a new way. So also research has to advance in cross-disciplinary work much more than they did so far. So we're touching only small, kind of the tip of the iceberg in the way how research is cooperating. And finally, it's the way how then research is cooperating with all the stakeholders. So the attitude that we need is that research listens a lot and understands what is actually needed. If we have a mission-oriented approach, it's less research-driven, but driven by the needs and the demands of all the other stakeholders. Right? So to understand what is needed to work with cities and others on a level playing field, this is not a given. I can assure you, we are really working on the conditions for this in many of our projects. So there are many aspects that need to be considered to get the expertise that we actually need to get the transformation processes going.
Thank you, Margit. And I think I would like to thank all of the panelists today and with their intervention, and I would like to close this panel with a thought that protecting planet, which doesn't mean only protecting environment in the sense of flora and fauna, but also tackling all of these challenges that we are facing and resource crisis that we are facing requires a global action, joint action that is part of different sectors and needs inclusion of all actors. So I hope that today's discussion and the panel and the information you receive from the panelists raise the awareness of that need, that we need to cooperate and we need to involve everyone in this. So I hope that that we give some incentives for you to think about new projects, new activities, and how we all can cooperate together for the sake not only environment but the humanity at all, because without this planet there is no humanity. So this will be all from us today, and thank you all.
Thank you very much.